All right, let's go ahead and call the Senate to order. Sergeant Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Members, please take your seats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President,
All right, Senators, on this sunny and cold March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, we are so pleased to have Rabbi Jordan Goldson of Temple B'nai Israel in Easton, Maryland, guest of the distinguished senator from the 37th District. Please rise for the invocation.
Good morning. As we gather today, we acknowledge how fortunate we are to have grown up and fashioned lives in this remarkable country. The United States of America has been a haven, a refuge, a place of opportunity where dreams can come true, where we can experience the joy of human life, its wonders and surprises, its hopes and achievements. We are grateful for this fragile planet, its times and tides, its sunsets and seasons, if we protect it. We are grateful for human community, which urges us to transcend separation and work for unity, if we love our neighbors as we love ourselves. We are grateful for the capacity to work with high hopes for noble causes, for peace and justice in the midst of hostility and oppression. We are grateful for all those who have labored and suffered for a fairer world, who have lived so that others might live in dignity and freedom. We are grateful for human liberties and sacred rights, for opportunities to change and grow, to affirm and choose. For these things and so much more, we are grateful to you, O God. As we thank you for our blessings, we pray that we may live not by our fears, but by our hopes, not by our words, but by our deeds. We pray to you today with all our hearts for strength, determination, and power to do what we can, to do what we must, to become instead of merely to wish. We pray for our senators and all our elected officials. Guide them and protect them from danger and darkness. And may our leaders come to embody the vision of our founders, to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We pray, O God, that you shine your light upon us so that all citizens of this beautiful state of Maryland may work together as guardians of these rights for ourselves and for the sake of all people. Amen.
See, recognizing the senator from the 38th district. Oh, yes, as the senator from the 37th will join us here.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I move to journalize the prayer by Rabbi Goldson from the Temple B'nai Israel in Easton, Maryland. It's great to have you here today. I know we're scheduled to have lunch in the near future, and I did enjoy your prayer from the back in the lounge. Thank you. I move to journalize the morning prayer.
Without objection, certainly we'll journalize the rabbi's invocation. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you. All right, has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 42 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is again back in session. Let's see, we have a senator from the 45th. We have a resolution. We have some guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise because April is recognized as what we call the National Child Abuse Prevention Month, a time to raise awareness and reaffirm our shared responsibility to protect our children, but also protect our families. Mr. President, I understand that we are not in April at this moment, and due to obligations, crossover, and things of that nature, I think that it's very, very important that we still do recognize it. You see, Mr. President, prevention begins with community, compassion, and access to support, ensuring that every child has the opportunity to grow up safe, stable, and in a nurturing environment. And when we think of the Center for Hope, a leading force, not just in Baltimore, not just in the region, but I say the state of Maryland, Adam, dedicated to supporting survivors of abuse, trauma, and violence across the lifespan. The Center of Hope provides comprehensive trauma-informed services, including mental health, medical evaluations, advocacy, prevention, training, serving thousands of individuals each and every year, colleagues. Today, I'd like to recognize leadership if we can. I'd like to recognize the leadership of my friend Adam Rosenberg, the Executive Director of the Center for Hope and Vice President of Violence Intervention and Prevention at LifeBridge. Stacy Brown, Madam Executive Director of the Family Tree. Tracy Harris, Madam Director of Baltimore City Child Care Resource Center. Director Radigan of Clinical Services at the Center for Hope. Senior Policy and Program Specialist D'Alessandro at the Center of Hope, and Dr. Wendy G. Lane, the Medical Director at the Center of Hope, y'all. Their collective work reminds us that prevention is possible when we invest in our families, provide support, and work together. So this National Child Abuse Prevention Month, can we celebrate them and can we give them a round of applause if we can read the resolution, Mr. President?
The clerk will read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Adam Rosenberg and Stacy Brown in recognition of National Child Abuse Prevention Month. We commend your efforts to raise awareness and build supportive environments for families through education, advocacy, and resources. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on the 17th day of March, 2026.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. To Mr. Rosenberg and Ms. Brown, the Senate of Maryland unanimously celebrates your advocacy and thanks you for your work on National Child Abuse Prevention Month and the work that you do every day in Maryland. Congratulations. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, recognize the senator from the 11th District. We also have another guest joining us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Today, I am honored to recognize Dr. Miriam Rogers as she prepares to retire from her role as Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools. For 3 decades, Dr. Rogers dedicated her life to expanding opportunity for students in public schools across Maryland. She began her educational career in Baltimore County in 1996 as a chemistry teacher, and over the years rose through the ranks as Chief of Organizational Effectiveness, Executive Director for Secondary Schools in the West Zone, Director of School Performance, Principal of several schools, and ultimately Superintendent of BCPS. To each role, she brought a commitment to inclusive practices and a deep understanding of service to students, faculty, and families. She is also the recipient of several system, state, and national awards and citations, including most recently the 2026 Women in School Leadership Award that recognizes the exceptional leadership of active frontline female leaders across the nation. Dr. Rogers has said that she is humbled by the privilege to have begun and concluded her career serving Team BCPS, and that she is confident she is leaving the system strategically positioned for continued success. As a BCPS graduate and representative of District 11, I am personally grateful for Dr. Rogers' leadership and service. We share a belief that public education is one of the most powerful tools we have to expand opportunity and shape the future. Her career reflects an unwavering commitment to that mission. Her leadership has not only strengthened our schools, but also reaffirmed the promise of what public education can be for every student. As Superintendent Dr. Miriam Rogers prepares to step down, we celebrate the incredible impact of her leadership. She leaves behind big shoes to fill, having guided our school system through extraordinary progress. During her tenure, BCPS led the state in reducing chronic absenteeism, improved the Maryland star rating of 64 schools, and strengthened science proficiency across all grade levels. Her leadership and dedication has left a lasting mark on our community. We are deeply grateful for Dr. Rogers' service and look forward to working with her successor to build on this strong foundation and continue the positive trajectory she helped to create and lead. Dr. Rogers, thank you for your decades of service, your steady leadership, and the profound mark you have left on BCPS. We wish you happiness, fulfillment, and continued success in your retirement. Thank you. And if I could ask all the Baltimore County Senators to join me in giving this citation to Dr. Rogers.
Absolutely, and the clerk will read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Maryland General Assembly offers sincere congratulations to Dr. Miriam Rogers in recognition of your retirement as Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools. Your commitment to academic excellence and operational efficiency ensured that students have the opportunity to reach their highest potential. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on the 7th day of March, 2026.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? If we could help out the, all right, excellent. The clerk will take the call. To Dr. Miriam Rogers, the Senate of Maryland unanimously celebrates your incredible tenure with Baltimore County Public Schools and thanks you for your service to our state. Congratulations and enjoy retirement. Congratulations. All right, excellent. Thank you so much for your great work. Great to hear those science scores going up. It's the chemistry teacher having the impact. Very good, very good. All right. Excellent. All right, I think that does it for resolutions today. Let's see if we have any guests. Do we have any introductions of guests? Yes, recognized Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a constituent of mine visiting from Montgomery County, Bob Buchanan. Hey, Bob, why don't you stand up? Not maybe a resolution, but a very iconic figure in Montgomery County. Just Bethesda Magazine refers to Bob as the connector, helping nonprofit leaders, community members, and organizations to advance their goals in various fields, predominantly education, the arts, the environment. Bob studied history at Yale and went to the U.S. Navy. In 2000, the Buchanans, his wife Sharon is up in the gallery, set up a family foundation distributing a lot of money year to year to a variety of organizations, and his efforts worthy causes across the state have improved thousands and thousands of lives. And in 2024, Mr. President, Bob Buchanan was named Montgomery County's Philanthropist of the Year. And so with that, if he and his wife Sharon can get a warm Senate welcome, Mr. Bob Buchanan and his wife Sharon. Okay.
Excellent. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Thanks for your service to Maryland. Thank you. Yes, Senator from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues in the gallery today, as I'm sure many of you are so going to be surprised by this, but I have my wonderful staff, my intern, who is so grateful and happy to be working in such a vibrant and enthusiastic office. Carrie Donahue is here with her sister Jamie, her mom Christine, and her dad John. So if we could give them a warm Senate welcome.
Welcome, welcome. Additional, yes, right, Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining me today as my shadow is my friend Fareed Saloom, who's visiting from Baltimore. Some of you Baltimore residents may have enjoyed visiting Baba's Kitchen, a well-known restaurant in Locust Point, and he is quite a leader and now giving back to the community. I'm really delighted to have Fareed with me today. Please join me in welcoming him.
Excellent. Welcome. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you. Yes, Senator from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have my mom on the floor today. She doesn't come very often. She's up from South Carolina. I didn't come from a political family, so when I told her I was running for Senate, they were shocked. But she jumped right in and helped me and did all kind of things. But had she not done that, she still would have been the greatest mom in the world. I'm very blessed, and I just wanted to give her a warm Senate welcome.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So pleased to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. All right. Yes, Senator from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would now be an okay time to introduce the pages?
Yes, please, Senator. Yes.
So, colleagues, the pages were not with us last night due to inclement weather, but I did want to welcome this group back with us for another week, which is sure to be a very busy week for them. First, we have Amaru Alem Carter from Somerset County, District 38, a student at Crisfield High School.
Welcome back.
Next, Assad Farouk from Anne Arundel County, District 33, a student at South River High School. Next, Matthew Glazer from Carroll County, District 11, a student at Gerstle Academy. Morgan King from Prince George's County, District 24, a student at Charles Herbert Flowers High School. Jasmine Miller, Baltimore City, District 7, a student at Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. Zaria Nakvi from Montgomery County, District 19, a student at Winston Churchill High School. Isabella Tiger, Frederick County, District 4, a student at Linganore High School. And finally, Tamia Turner from Baltimore County, District 11, a student at Owings Mill High School. Give them a round of applause.
Wonderful. Welcome back, Pages. We're so pleased to have you, and this will be a busy, busy week, so you get to see us in full swing this week. So week 10 is always a fun one, lots of energy, so welcome back. All right, let's see, any further introductions before we jump into the work today? Yes, Senator from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every opportunity that I get, I try my best to make sure that I embarrass my niece, Jasmine Miller. I tell you that I forgot to mention her name at a graduation several years ago, and I will not ever do that again, Mr. President. So if I can just lift up Jasmine Miller, Mr. President.
We are so pleased to have Jasmine back with us. Yes, wonderful. Very good, very good. All right, selected on her own as a page, on her own, yes. Independent right, yeah. All right, let's see. Anything else? If not, so be considered the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. We've got a bunch of work today. We're going to start with the Finance Committee. We're waiting for, I think, a few things to be printed, so we're going to just see how far we can get, and then we'll get to the budget eventually once we have everything printed up. So let's start with Finance. This is report number 16. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 94, Chair, Finance Committee, Commercial Law, Earned Wage Access Revisions, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is actually a revisit from last year. We passed the Earned Wage Access Bill last year. The governor was not happy with the provision that allowed for tips. So the bill this year removes the availability of tips from the Earned Wage Access and adds some consumer protections to the bill. So there are 2 amendments. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 adds certain protections directly into the Earned Wage Access subtitle. There's no fiscal impact. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Oh, yes, I recognize the Senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just got one question for the floor leader.
Senator may proceed.
Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just one question. We see restaurants and places today automatically just taking out the tip. I mean, is this going to correct that as well?
No, this is just on Earned Wage Access, which is totally a virtual process. You know, people apply for their money. Remember, they're taking their money. It just happens electronically, virtually. And why should there be a tip?
I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amended report, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 94 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 396, Anne Arundel County Senators, Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners, Chief Inspector Compensation, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognizing Senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 396 modifies the pay schedule of the full-time chief inspector employed by the Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners from non-represented pay schedule NR5 to non-represented pay schedule NR12 in the general county classified salary schedule. There are no amendments, there is no fiscal impact, there was no opposition at the committee hearing, and there is a letter of support from the Anne Arundel County Senate delegation. I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 396 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 438, Senator Jackson, Commercial Law Self-Service Storage Facilities, alterations, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 438 prohibits an occupant from using a self-storage facility beyond the term of a rental agreement after the operator or occupant has delivered in person, by email, or by verified mail written notice of the non-renewal of the rental agreement. The operator must provide the occupant with at least 30 days after delivery of notice and at least until the end of the term of the rental agreement to remove all personal property from the self-service storage facility. The operator may dispose of any personal property remaining at the self-storage facility after the time allotted has elapsed. At least 10 days before disposing of the personal property remaining, the operator must deliver in person, by email, or by verified mail a notice of intent to dispose of the occupant's property. The bill also expands the definition of rental agreement to include electronic agreements. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 adds additional guardrails around providing notice. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 438 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 594, Senator Bidel, Cannabis Advertising Alterations, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 594 generally alters existing advertising restrictions for cannabis licensees, products, and related services. The bill expands while still maintaining specific limits on authorized signage that a dispensary may have on the licensed premises. The bill also specifies the types of data that the Cannabis Administration must accept to prove audience composition for an advertisement and requires the administration to adopt regulations by January 1, 2027, developing an attestation process for proving audience composition, specifically for advertising by event sponsorship. The bill establishes an exception to the advertising restriction provisions for news articles and editorial content under certain circumstances. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 alters the bill as described. There's no fiscal impact. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Yes, recognize the senator from the 42nd District on the amended report.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask a question to the floor leader.
Senator may proceed.
A very good friend of mine, Michael Bronfein, passed away not long ago. He ran a marijuana distribution company largely in Baltimore County. And he found that because of the advertising restrictions, his company was not able to sponsor, say, 5K races or other public events because they wanted a logo to appear in the announcement of the event. Would this bill permit the logos of marijuana companies to appear as an exception to the restrictions on advertising for marijuana?
Senator, thank you for your question. It would, but you still need to confirm that the composition of the audience is predominantly over the age of 21.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask the floor leader a question, please.
Senator may proceed.
Is this, as it's written, is this consistent with how we currently apply the use or the advertising of tobacco in the state, or does it, because I didn't think we were allowed to even utilize tobacco in some of those advertisements that the senator from Baltimore County mentioned?
Thank you, Senator. I think this is different in the respect that we're advertising a business, not a product. So much so, with tobacco, you're advertising the use of tobacco for young people. This limits, obviously, exposure to young people and just gives them some opportunity to advertise their business on their building by signage with limitations, as well as to participate, as the good senator from 42 said, participate in nonprofit events.
So it's different then. It's not, they're allowed to advertise for the ingestion of cannabis at these events that could be seen by kids that run a 5K or others, but we're doing a different thing for tobacco companies because the only thing they sell is cannabis. This isn't.
It does not, they cannot advertise to audiences that have more than 5% or 10% of young people. So they have to, that's what the attestation was about. Whoever their market is has to attest that they will not have minors available in the market. I'll give you an example. I have someone in my district that has a business in my district that contributed $25,000 to a golf tournament, and he could not use his logo. For a hospital golf tournament that obviously it was $2,500 a foursome. There were not any young people in that golf tournament, but he was not allowed to advertise even though he contributed $25,000 to that nonprofit.
Well, I understand that, but we have a concern that we years ago prohibited any advertising by tobacco companies, but we're going to permit a cannabis company that's their business is strictly cannabis. They're not doing other things. I mean, I didn't hear this bill. I wasn't in the committee, but it just seems off to me that we're not allowing, and I'm not complaining that we don't allow tobacco companies, but we did that because they were targeting a certain group or people saw them as they went by a storefront or whatever it was. But now we're going to permit cannabis almost in a manner that I would think that seems to condone this by allowing it, whereas we took it out of the windows and advertising by tobacco, which isn't impairing.
Thank you, Senator. This is advertising to a very limited market at the store. If you're coming to the cannabis store, you might see a sign that says, this is a woman-owned business, or you might have a QR code about the composition of the cannabis. But it's not like in a grocery store, like with cigarettes, we were limiting, young people can come into a grocery store. We don't want them seeing advertisements for cigarettes. This is at the location or in an event that is predominantly over the age of 18 as attested for the size of the audience.
I appreciate that answer, Madam Chair. And you said over 18. Is it over 18 or 21?
It's 18. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 20. I'm sorry. It's 21.
21.
It was 21.
So, but it would be eligible at events like the senator from 42nd said, like a 5K or a golf tournament, kind of like to your point.
If the audience is over the age of 21, predominantly like 85% has to be over the age of 21.
Can a tobacco company have the same opportunity to advertise at the same golf tournament today that would be over 85%? Is there a provision for them?
I don't know. I don't know that answer. I've never seen one.
Well, I think we outlawed it. I mean, I appreciate that. I just think that it's interesting that we're moving this, but with having the effects that it can have, both some medicinal and some not. But
Senator, if I can add too,
sure.
We're adding 182 new minority businesses that have no opportunity really to advertise their business. 2 years ago when we passed the minority enterprise bill for cannabis, after that, 182 people won the lottery to start their businesses, and they can't even put a significant sign up on their building. So if we want these businesses to be successful, I think they need to advertise.
I mean, what sign are we talking about? Because I know like Gold Leaf right down here off West Street, it's all flashy. It's shiny and silver and got a big gold leaf on there, and it's pretty obvious what people are doing there because they got really cool plants in the window. But I just don't understand, is that not, that's not allowed, or that's allowed, they're just not allowed to say Gold Leaf Cannabis?
I believe that sign was existing before they took over that location, so that was like previously approved.
Okay. I don't, that was a new build. They built that building for that business. I mean, it's pretty elaborate. Like, it's not like they, it said Gold Leaf before and they did it. I'm just curious as to where we're going with this, why this is needed, and we don't provide, you know, if we're talking about businesses, we can't just talk about MBEs, we can't just talk about, you know, the big business. It's got the uniform application of the law is important. So, well, Mr. President, I don't know if anybody else has anything else, but I'll sit down for now, but I would like to consider a special order for the purposes of an amendment.
All right, let's see if, does Senator want to, let's see, are there any further discussion on the bill? If there's, let's see, a senator from the 28th District on the amended report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just, during the committee testimony, we had testimony from the University of Maryland Carey School of Law Public Health Clinic. They do a lot of research on this, and the testimony is in your bill file on the computer. I just want to quickly read the conclusion of their testimony, very robust testimony. It says, current Maryland law protects both minors from targeted cannabis advertisements and consumers from unfounded therapeutic or medical claims. SB 594 would lessen these protections and as a result risk the health and safety of both minors and consumers. By repealing certain criteria prohibited in cannabis advertising, minors are more likely to be influenced to use cannabis at a younger age. Again, it says minors are more likely to be influenced to use cannabis at a younger age, which can lead to serious health and developmental influence risk. By limiting the definition of therapeutic or medical claims to only explicit claims, consumers are at risk of being misled by unfounded explicit claims, which can cause them to skip out on proven and safe treatments, potentially leading to their conditions worsening. Finally, minors and consumers serves no public health purpose and instead prioritize expanded market flexibility over the safety of Maryland residents. This benefit is severely outweighed by the risk to minors and consumers. And they end by saying the Public Health Law Clinic respectfully urges this committee to issue an unfavorable report on SB 594. That's from our great University of Maryland. I have a question for the floor leader,
Senator,
Mr. President.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Madam Chair, in the write-up, did we in the amendments address any of the concerns brought forth by the Public Health Clinic, Law Clinic at the University of Maryland, Baltimore?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And yes, our good vice chair put an amendment in to take out the definition of therapeutic, so we don't have to be concerned about people being misled on that information that you're referring to. Thank you for your question.
And thank you for being responsive. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, any further discussion on the amended report? If not, the Senator from District 4 had a motion to special order.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, Senator is moved to special order to the appropriate time tomorrow. Let's check with the chair.
It's fine, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
No objections?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No objections from the floor. Without objection, the bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time tomorrow. All right, clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 816, Senator Hayes, West North Development Authority Neighborhood Social Connection and Development Program, WNADA Neighborhood Social Connection and Development Act, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 816 establishes the Neighborhood Social Connection and Development Program in West North Avenue Development Authority. The purpose of the program is to foster social connections to support neighborhood development within the West North Avenue corridor by providing technical support to specified entities and awarding grants. The bill requires WNADA to award grants to implement the program through WNADA, though WNADA may set aside existing funds totaling no more than $150,000 for the grants. Finally, the bill terminates September 30th, 2029, consistent with the termination of the authority. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 expands the purpose of the core partnership special fund to include WNADA as a potential recipient. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendments and adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 816 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to Report 17 out of Finance. Clerk, read the first bill.
Senate Bill 521, Senator Kramer, Health Insurance, Material Changes to Provider Networks, Notification, and Special Enrollment Period, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing Senator from Montgomery County is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Many of you may recall that back in, I believe it was this past September, we began receiving phone calls and emails and letters from constituents who suddenly found themselves without very important health coverage because United Healthcare and Johns Hopkins could not agree to terms to renew their contract agreement. As a consequence, many of our constituents suddenly found themselves without health coverage, particularly for some very critical types of health conditions that they needed to be treated at Hopkins. The bill before you seeks to address that debacle and prevent a similar circumstance in the future. It expands the requirements on carriers regarding notification to enrollees about the termination of providers from provider panels. Carrier and health systems who intend to terminate or not renew a contract are required now to adhere to the terms of the contract, including reimbursement terms, for at least 90 days. The bill also requires carriers in the individual market to provide a special enrollment period for an individual or dependent whose provider is terminated from the health plan's provider panel. There are 2 amendments. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 requires the commissioner to develop a form to be used for continuity of care requests, including behavioral health care providers, to existing provisions of law regarding continuity of care. Mr. President, I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report. And if I may, I just want to express my gratitude to our insurance commissioner and assistant commissioner who really stepped up and helped many of our constituents throughout the state retain their coverage while they were trying to find other health coverage. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Yes, on the 2 amendments, I recognize the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the floor leader yield
yield.
for a question, please?
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. And just for the benefit of all, this is obviously a very good bill because of what happened with Johns Hopkins and United Healthcare and trying to find a solution. But did Johns Hopkins and United Healthcare, do we know if they're still negotiating to try to get back together on this, or?
I am not aware that they are.
I don't recall that in the testimony either, to see
Correct.
really where they are, because I think this is a little bit of a stopgap, fix-it type of thing. But the broader problem, especially, many people in rural areas, that they need that specific health care that is offered at JHU and cannot get it because they're now not cooperating with United Healthcare, and I guess they'll both say either sides of that. But I do want to make sure I recognize that we don't think that they're in agreement, working together anymore, and that this looks like for this foreseeable future that they will remain apart.
To the best of my knowledge, there is nothing that indicates they are prepared to work in concert again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, any further discussion on the 2 committee amendments? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 521 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 551, Senator Charles, Health Insurance, Ovarian Cancer Prevention with salpingectomy, required coverage, and prohibited cost sharing, favorable.
Recognize the senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 551 requires certain insurers, nonprofit health plans, and health maintenance organizations to provide salpingectomies. These are removal of fallopian tubes, coverage for ovarian cancer prevention. A carrier may not impose a copayment, coinsurance, or deductible on the coverage, except for a deductible for a high deductible health plan. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 551 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 774, Senator Augustine, Health Insurance Plan Benefit and Coverage Annual Reporting, Transparency Reporting, Understanding Timeless and Honesty, Truth, and Mental Health Coverage Act, favorable with 2 amendments.
I recognize Senator from Maine Reynolds, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 774 requires each carrier to report certain data regarding claims and coverage to the insurance commissioner, requires the commissioner to develop a template for carriers to report the data, and requires the commissioner to make the data publicly available on a public website. There are 2 amendments. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 makes additional technical changes, requires carriers to report specified data beginning in 2027 rather than in 2028, and gives the commissioner discretion to identify required reporting metrics. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 774 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 813, Senator Hayes, Health Insurance and Dental Plan Organization Dentists, Assignments of Benefits and Reimbursement of Non-Preferred Providers, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognizing the bill sponsors, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 813 expands provisions of law governing the assignment of benefits under certain health insurance policies to apply to dentists in addition to physicians under current law. The bill also establishes parallel provisions governing AOB and non-preferred provider dentists for dental plan organizations. There is 1 amendment which makes technical corrections and drafting errors. I move the amendments and the adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 1 committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 813 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Stick with finance, report number 18. Clerk, read the first bill.
Senate Bill 333, Senator Kramer, Interstate Podiatric Medical Licensure Compact, favorable.
Recognizing the bill sponsors, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 333 enters Maryland into the Interstate Podiatric Medical Licensure Compact. The bill establishes procedures and requirements for a podiatrist to practice under an expedited license in a member state, and the composition, powers, and responsibilities of the Interstate Podiatric Medical Licensure Compact Commission. The bill received a unanimous favorable report in committee. There are no amendments. There is no fiscal impact. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 333 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 806, Joint Audit and Evaluation Committee, Health Occupations Criminal History Records Checks, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the senator from Howard and Anne Arundel, floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 806 establishes and standardizes language requiring criminal history record checks or background checks for individuals regulated by certain health occupations boards. The bill is based on a recommendation from the Office of Legislative Audits that all health occupations boards require background checks when an individual applies for registration, certification, or licensure. An applicant must apply to the Criminal Justice Information System Central Repository for submitting a complete set of fingerprints and also pay certain required fees. The result of the background check must be forwarded to the individual and the appropriate board. If the criminal history record information is reported after the date of the initial background check, the Criminal Justice Information System must provide the revised information to the board and to the individual. There is one amendment. It adds sponsors. There's no fiscal impact. There's no opposition at the committee hearing. Move the adoption of the amendment in the favorable committee report.
Floor Leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 806 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Just a quick note on this one. This is the one that was Audits Committee, I believe. Example of audits flagging a consistent issue, folks sitting around a table figuring out a way to solve it. Wasn't dramatic, it was just a solution. So appreciate the work that was done on this. All right, clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 846, Senator Carrozza, Worcester County Alcoholic Beverages Temporary To-Go Event Permit, Class C Per Diem, Municipal To-Go Beer, Wine, and Liquor License, favorable with 2 amendments.
All right, Senator from the 37th recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 846, as amended, establishes in Worcester County a Class C per diem municipal to-go beer, wine, and liquor license and a related temporary to-go event permit. The bill authorizes the Worcester County Board of License Commissioners to issue the license to certain municipalities in the county and authorizes the license holder to allow beer, wine, and liquor sold by the holder of a temporary to-go event permit to enter a designated special event area. The bill also authorizes the board to issue a to-go event permit to certain alcoholic beverage license holders and requires the board to establish regulations for the license and permit. The First Amendment is technical. The Second Amendment expands the license eligible to receive the temporary to-go event permit and specifies that the new license may be issued only to the town of Berlin, Pocomoke City, or the town of Snow Hill. There's no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 846 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 898, Senator McCray, Maryland Medical Assistance Program, Registered Behavior Technicians Reimbursement, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from the 8th District as floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 898 requires the Maryland Department of Health to provide reimbursement for applied behavior analysis services provided by a registered behavior technician to Medicaid recipients with autism spectrum disorder. The department may not require as a condition of reimbursement that an individual receive a certification from the behavior analyst certification board or another credentialing entity. However, the department may require that a registered behavior technician obtain and maintain a current certification within 150 days after the individual begins providing services to Medicaid recipients. The department must adopt all regulations necessary to carry out the bill, and the bill must be construed to apply only prospectively. There are no amendments. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 898 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 907, Senator Love, Public Health, Female Genital Mutilation, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 907 alters in statutory provisions that govern the reporting and investigation of suspected child abuse and neglect, the definition of abuse to include female genital mutilation, or FGM, as defined under the bill. The bill also alters current criminal prohibitions and increases criminal penalties for FGM, requires a health occupations board to revoke an individual's professional license under specified circumstances, and authorizes a victim of FGM to file a civil action. The bill requires the Maryland Department of Health to submit an annual report to the General Assembly containing specified data, make the required report available to the public, and collaborate with community-based organizations to develop, publish, and distribute educational materials on FGM. The amendment adds sponsors, the entire Senate Finance Committee. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 907 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 915, Senator Mouts, State Board of Physicians, Delegation of Duties, alterations, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 915 requires an individual to be registered as a limited X-ray machine operator with the Board of Physicians to perform certain X-ray machine operations that previously could be delegated to an individual without a license who met requirements established by the board and regulation and places conditions on the performance of X-ray duties by a physician assistant. An individual seeking registration or renewal as an LXMO must apply, pay the registration renewal fee, and complete any other requirements established by the board. The bill also recodifies provisions related to delegation of duties by a physician to a registered cardiovascular invasive specialist or a supervised medical graduate. The amendment increases from 115 to 150 the number of training hours required to register as an LXMO in line with the nationally recognized curriculum. There's no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 915 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Let's go to calendar 19. Clerk will read the bill. First bill.
Senate Bill 6, Senator Kramer, State Personnel, Collective Bargaining, Non-Tenure Track Faculty, favorable with one amendment.
Recognizing the Senator from Montgomery County is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 6 generally extends collective bargaining rights to non-tenure track faculty at the University System of Maryland, Morgan State, and St. Mary's College. Amendment 1 defines fully online institution and narrows the definition of non-tenure track faculty to exclude employees of a fully online institution and employees whose responsibilities are fully funded by outside grants or contracts. I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 6 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 582, Senator Jennings, Consumer Protection, Unsolicited Loans, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the senator from Carroll County is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Grabbed the wrong folder, but now I've got it. Here we go. Senate Bill 582, as amended, generally prohibits a person from sending a check to an individual if that check is sent in connection with an unsolicited offer to extend credit or as part of an unsolicited offer to purchase real property. Colleagues, it's a situation where there's been some deceptive practices where someone receives a check in the mail unsolicited as an advertisement, and there's been some confusion about, do I put the check in the bank? If I put the check in the bank, does it accept? Does it mean I accept the deal? And if I don't, is it a check sitting out there? So just there's been some deceptive practices. So a person that violates the bill is guilty of a misdemeanor and on conviction is subject to a fine of up to $500. Amendment, there are two amendments. First is technical. Second amendment makes the bill inapplicable to certain convenience checks. There was an amendment from the Bankers Association request. There is no fiscal amendment. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 582 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 589, Senator Kramer, Business Regulation Collection Agencies Licensure Exemption for Property Managers, favorable with two amendments.
Recognize the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 589, as amended, prohibits enforcement of the state laws licensing and regulating collection agencies against property managers until the resolution of a certain circuit court case currently pending appeal. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 strikes the bill as introduced and becomes the bill as just described. The bill received a unanimous favorable report in committee. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
The floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 589 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 770, Senator Ferguson, Economic Development, Maryland's Future Board Establishment, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very good bill. Senate Bill 770 establishes Maryland's Future Board and related special fund within Commerce to develop a visionary plan by January 1, 2027 that imagines an equitable, prosperous, and livable state that provides opportunities for all residents to thrive. The plan must be annually evaluated and revised. The Future Board must also recommend projects that move the state forward and contribute to ensuring the future economic strength of the state. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 adds the comptroller as a future board member and requires the comptroller to complete a certain study on economic growth trends in the state and report back by December 1, 2026. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 770 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 820, Senator Hayes, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission on Authorized Consumable Products, Enforcement and Seizure, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an absolutely great bill. It's a great bill because it's a public health bill as well as a consumer protection bill. Colleagues, you may remember a couple of years ago we passed legislation to make sure that we address the issue of kratom, which is harmful to many in the community that's sold at local gas stations. This bill simply attempts to put enforcement to that. So Senate Bill 820 authorized the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission to issue a citation to a person who has violated certain provisions of the Health General article related to unauthorized consumer products as defined under the bill. The Commission may also seize, confiscate, and destroy an unauthorized consumer product under certain circumstances. The bill additionally prohibits a retailer from distributing, selling, exposing for sale, or advertising for sale an unauthorized consumable product. Expands the prohibition against advertising to a minor to include kratom and phenibut products, and imposes criminal and civil penalties for specified violations. Finally, the Department of Health must notify ATCC, which we refer to as the Alcohol, Tobacco, Cannabis Commission, of any charges in the regulatory status of an unauthorized consumable product. Amendment number 1 is clarifying. There is no fiscal impact. I move the amendment and adoption of favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have an amendment that's being circulated.
Senator
it's
has
a technical
an
amendment.
Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. Give us just a moment, Senator. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very technical amendment. It simply changes the word "the" capital THE to "the" capital T lowercase h lowercase e. I move the amendment.
All right.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Can you explain? Can the senator explain? No, I'm sorry. We're good. Thank you.
On the amendment, any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 820 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 920, Senator Harris, Economic Development, Small Minority and Women-Owned Businesses, Accounts Management Fees, Small Business Increased Access to Capital Act, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize Senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 920 authorizes Commerce to allow an eligible fund manager for the Small Minority and Women-Owned Business account to retain a management fee of between 1.5% and 3%, calculated as a percentage of total principal for each loan made. Commerce may also establish an annual cap on the cumulative amount of management fees an eligible fund manager may receive. Amendment 1 requires that the management fees be in addition to other grant monies rather than in lieu of. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 920 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Sticking with finance, we've got report number 20. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 90, Senator Bidel, Workers' Compensation, Occupational Disease, Presumptions, Hypertension, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 90, as amended, expands the workers' compensation occupational disease presumption for specified public safety employees, generally firefighters, who have hypertension by establishing that an employee has demonstrated disablement from the hypertension if the employee has been diagnosed with hypertension, has been prescribed medication to treat hypertension for at least 90 days, has worked in the role for at least 2 years, and files the claim while still employed. The bill specifies that an individual who qualifies may not receive disability retirement benefits on the basis of the same condition, except as specified in a collective bargaining agreement, and that the bill does not preclude an individual from filing a separate claim under the existing hypertension presumption. Amendment 1 adds sponsors. Amendment 2 specifies that an individual who files a claim under the bill may not receive duplicative benefits under the existing hypertension presumption, and incorporates the exception related to the collective bargaining agreements as described. There's no fiscal impact. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 90 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 326, Senator Lamb, Physician's Assistant Parity with Other Healthcare Practitioners, Physician's Assistant Parity Act of 2026, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 326, number 1, it authorizes a physician's assistant, or PA, to perform numerous additional duties as specified. Number 2, it requires that a health maintenance organization, or HMO, quality of care standards include a requirement that each HMO member has an opportunity to select a PA as a primary care provider from among those that are available. Number 3, it adds that a PA member to the statewide advisory commission on immunizations. And number 4, it excludes a physician's assistant from the definition of healthcare practitioner with respect to the healthcare staffing agencies, in line with how physicians are included in the definition. There are two committee amendments. The first is technical and adds a sponsor. The second amendment removes that the bill's provisions related to involuntary and voluntary admissions include certified nurse midwives and licensed certified midwives in the list of healthcare providers who can order a pregnant incarcerated individual to be admitted to an infirmary, and to the list of primary care providers a member of an HMO who may select. And it also requires that the Maryland Healthcare Commission collect and evaluate data related to the average length of stay in emergency departments for certain individuals who are the subject of an application for involuntary admission. There is no fiscal impact. I move the adoption of the amendments and the favorable committee report.
All right. Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, recognize Senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the floor leader kindly yield?
Sure.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification on the exclusion that you mentioned, just to understand how that impacts physician assistants.
It excludes a physician's assistant from the definition of healthcare practitioner with respect to the healthcare staffing agencies. So it's in line now with how physicians are included in the definition.
So this is to have it more in line with?
Yes. So it would be in line with physicians. It would be in line with nurse practitioners. This gives them equity and parity in that.
And so pretty much, because we spent a long time previously on the first bill, and now I know this is just kind of the parity, specifically it's just to bring the PAs, again, the additional authorities up to
Correct. This is to help bring the physician's assistants to have parity with, say, like nurse practitioners, certified nurse midwives, to be able to have the same level of practice equivalently. Oftentimes they're functioning in a very similar way. This just makes sure that it updates the law to bring that in line so they formally have those privileges to be able to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the amendments? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 326 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 449, Carroll County Senators, Workers' Compensation, Heart Disease and Hypertension, Presumption and Permanent Partial Disability, Carroll County Correctional Deputies, favorable.
Recognize the senator from Carroll County as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 449 extends to all Carroll County correctional deputies an occupational disease presumption for heart disease or hypertension that is, 1, more severe than their condition existing prior to their employment, and 2, results in partial or total disability or death. Accordingly, as a condition of employment, correctional deputies in Carroll County must submit to a medical exam to determine any disease, heart disease, or hypertension condition that exists prior to their employment. The bill also alters the definition of public safety employee to include Carroll County correctional deputies, making these individuals eligible for enhanced workers' comp benefits. The bill applies only prospectively. There are no amendments, no fiscal impact, and there was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 449 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 528, Senator Harris, Consumer Protection, Video Streaming Services, Loudness of Commercial Advertisements, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, have you ever been sitting at home and you're watching a show and then all of a sudden a commercial come on and it appears to be much louder than the show that you've been watching? That's because baked in some of the algorithms of these various shows, especially streaming, there's something built in. It's not that your TV is going up or old or something. There's not a defect there. And this bill was an education for us. It's actually intentional to elevate and amplify those commercials. So Senate Bill 528 prohibits a video streaming service from transmitting the audio of a commercial advertisement in a manner that is louder than the audio of an accompanying video programming. A video streaming service is an entity that transmits video programming alongside commercial advertisements using an internet protocol-based system. A video streaming service is considered in compliance with the bill if it complies with specified FCC regulations, and a violation of the bill is an unfair, abusive, or deceptive trade practice under the Maryland Consumer Protection Act. Amendment number 1 adds exclusions to the definition of video streaming services that more closely align with the California's model and explicitly prohibits a private right of action. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendment and adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, recognize Senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the floor leader yield for a question?
Senator may proceed.
Yes. Thanks. How do you enforce this if it's on a federal level of FCC and we're a small state?
Thank you. I'm glad you asked. So as it relates to streaming is not regulated by the federal government. In 2010, Congress passed the COMM Act, which identified and has enforcement authority over the traditional television, like your network television. They were solid as it relates to streaming services.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by solid with that?
So the congressional bill only address like traditional network, right?
Okay, so NBC, ABC, CBS.
Correct. Exactly. So what was not included is the streaming services.
So Netflix. So this
Hulu.
bill, Hulu. So this bill only deals with them.
Correct.
I just don't know how we're regulating Netflix to tell them to say, hey, when you're pumping, pushing a video to Maryland, that you got to dial it down once you hit the 6 in line.
I'm sorry. Sorry to
No,
interrupt.
I'm just trying to figure out how do they enforce that coming into Maryland. Right. I just don't know how we can enforce that. A national company can do that just for Maryland.
Understood. So it's not just Maryland. It's California, also the state of Virginia. And you should know the commercials that we sometimes see here in Maryland, they're not necessarily advertised in other states. In some cases, the commercials that you see in Baltimore may not be the same commercials that you observe in Prince George's County. And so there's already opportunity and possibility that they could regulate depending on where it is.
And it's just commercials? It's not the actual TV show?
Correct.
All right. But you had mentioned in there that if they're violating the FCC standards, correct?
Correct. So the FCC standards are those that were passed by Congress that applies to the network. So this is making the streaming services consistent with the federal government has already done those standards that apply to networks.
But then you said the feds didn't bring
Correct.
these guys into it.
Correct. And so
we're pulling them into it now.
The streaming services, correct, yeah.
So we're doing what Congress didn't do.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Question is on the one amendment. Any discussion? I recognize Minority Whip. On the
Mr. President, I just wonder if I could ask the floor. This is. I want to ask this question. So, I want to love this bill. I support not having things be wrong, right? The answers to the question here, and this is why I voted no on the bill in committee. We've said we're roping them in. The FCC was silent on streaming, so streamers don't have to follow that because the FCC was silent on it in the congressional law, right? So we're going to apply the FCC standard to streamers in Maryland, and it sounds like some other states are trying to do this. But how do we enforce the FCC standard? Who tells us what the FCC standard is? Who tells us what the FCC standard is?
So let me read some of the testimony that was submitted to us. In 2010, Congress enacted the Commercial Advertisement Loudness Mitigation Act, referred to as CALM Act, requiring traditional television providers to ensure that commercials do not exceed the average volume of the programming that accompany. The Federal Communications Commission, also referred to as the FCC, enforces these standards. Despite this framework, consumer complaints regarding loud advertisements continue to be filed each year, and streaming services remain outside the scope of the act.
Okay.
Recognizing this gap, California enacted Senate Bill 576 in 2025, requiring streaming platforms to comply with the same audio standards that apply to traditional television. The measure received, okay.
It was a commercial.
Yeah, I see. Thank you for that. The effort received unanimous legislative support, demonstrating bipartisan agreement that the consumer protections should remain consistent regardless of the content that is delivered. And so essentially the FCC and the Congress have already established in 2010 what those standards are. We're simply adopting those standards in Maryland law as it relates to streaming services, the same as they've applied to other commercials.
Okay, and I'm not against that. I think my question is, what happens when the Attorney General Consumer Protection Division says, hey, Tubi or whatever, you got all these streaming services. A lot of times it's these ones that are not the better known ones that this is probably a problem, I'm imagining. Tubi. or Hulu, you violated this. And they go, no, we're following the FCC standards. And the Attorney General says, no, you're not. Who do they appeal to? Do they go to the FCC?
I think, so what they would go to is probably our traditional court system, right? So state law, if there's a disagreement of state law, the Attorney General would apply that because they're enforcing state law. Again, the FCC and the federal government is solid on the issue as it relates to streaming.
Right, so if they go to court, and this is what I was trying to get an Attorney General letter on, and we never did get it. If they go to court, the court says, well, what's the FCC standard? And they say there is none for streaming. So they say, you're violating the FCC standard. And the streaming says, no, we're not. And then they say, well, let's talk to the FCC. The FCC says, sorry, can't help you. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm trying to get at. I promise this is like really the serious question that I have.
No, absolutely. And so the FCC standard is simply what we are adopting in Maryland law. And I'm going to try to find it in a bill so I can read it to you what we're applying to. Video streaming service. So page 3 of the bill reads, a video streaming services shall be considered in compliance with this section if the video streaming services complies with regulations that are adopted by the FCC under the Federal Commission Advertising Allowance and for the purpose of regulating the audio loudness of commercial advertisements of television broadcasts, cable operations, and other television. And so essentially what this bill does is adopt those standards that the FCC has already passed into state law.
Okay. Mr. President, this may sound to people like arguing how many angels can fit on the head of a pin. I guess I'll leave it with this because there's no amendment. It's fine. I think my concern, thank you for the Vice Chair's excellent answers. I think we still don't have the answer of, we're saying we're adopting the FCC standard, which I know is enumerated in federal law for broadcast. But if a streamer service, streaming, I should say, not a streamer, that's a different thing, streaming service, gets taken to court by the state and says, you're not following the FCC standard, the streaming service says, there is no FCC standard for streaming. Or they say, well, actually, we are complying with the spirit of that law. And yet, who is the final judge on it? I guess it's a judge, but to me it's going to be confusing because it's like, it's not just a question of, no, the volume was at this level, so you're not in compliance, because there's more to it than that. Anyway, I just wanted to understand the issue better, but thank you for the answers. I just don't know that the bill ends up doing anything that can be enforced. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr.
Question
President.
remains on the one amendment. Recognize the Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the floor leader for that excellent explanation of the bill, making it very clear that there are, in fact, standards that will be adopted because they exist in federal law elsewhere, and we'll simply be adopting those same regulations into state law. And I will share with you, Mr. President, that during the bill hearing, I did have a constituent in real time text me support for this bill and made it very clear that if I did not want the door locks on my home changed, I would be putting a green vote up on this bill. So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for the legislation.
Excellent. All right. On the amendment, any further discussion on the amendment? Any objections to the amendment? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 528 is hereby ordered, printed for third reading. Good news is the Maryland General Assembly is streamed commercial-free, so on your friendly General Assembly website. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 579, Senator Jennings, counties no-cost preventative cancer screenings for volunteer firefighters, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2025, this body passed a bill that required that counties do preventative cancer screenings for paid firefighters. What Senate Bill 579 does is it requires county volunteer fire companies to offer each volunteer firefighter and retired volunteer firefighter who were actively involved in fire suppression activities a no-cost preventative cancer screening in accordance with the latest screening guidelines issued by the IAFF. Each volunteer fire company must maintain an up-to-date list of volunteer firefighters and retired volunteer firefighters and provide the list to the county. A county may satisfy the bill's requirement by either providing no-cost annual exams or by applying for a grant for the Professional and Volunteer Firefighter Innovative Cancer Screening Technology Program that we passed here in our body to pay for the innovative cancer screening technology. Amendment 1 is technical and adds sponsors. Amendment 2 adds retired volunteer firefighters to the bill's requirements as described. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 579 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 763, Senator Gazzone, Maryland Technology Development Corporation, Maryland Growth Initiative, established, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the senator from the 22nd as the floor leader.
Now, seeing as though the budget's going to be up soon, this is a really great bill, Mr. President. Senate Bill 763 establishes the Maryland Growth Initiative and a related special fund and TEDCO to support the growth of startup companies in the state. The governor must include in the annual appropriations budget about $5 million annually to implement the legislation. Amendment number 1 is a really great amendment. It requires that the funding be considered and located for these companies that are located, or prioritize these companies that are located in a high need or economically distressed geographic area of the state as determined by the corporation. I move the amendment and I ask that we adopt the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 1 committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 763 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. All right, another one out of finance, 21. Clerk, read the first bill.
Senate Bill 445, Senator Kramer, Employment Standards, Firefighters, Payment of Wages, and Payroll Information, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognizing the senator from Montgomery County is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. In keeping with our theme of doing right by the hardworking women and men who are in the business of keeping us safe as firefighters, Senate Bill 445 requires a governmental unit that employs a firefighter to pay overtime wages for each hour over 168 hours that a firefighter works during a 28-day work period. A county or municipality must provide a firefighter at the time of hiring and at the time of any change of the firefighter's rate of pay, notice of the firefighter's rate of pay, the regular pay periods, and the firefighter's overtime rates of pay. For each pay period, a county or municipality must provide a firefighter with a statement of the hours worked, gross earnings, and deductions. There is 1 amendment. The amendment extends the effective date of the act to October 1, 2028. Mr. President, I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 1 committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 1 committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 445 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 656, Senator Henson, Public Health, Cosmetic Products, Enforcement and Penalties for Prohibited Ingredients, Crown and Carrot Act, Protecting Communities from Harmful Hair Chemicals, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 656 specifies that in addition to existing civil and criminal penalties, a person who violates the prohibition on knowingly manufacturing, selling, delivering, holding, or offering for sale in the state a cosmetic product that contains any of the 24 listed intentionally added ingredients is liable for civil damages sustained by the individual and reasonable attorney's fees. The Maryland Department of Health may investigate any complaint alleging that a person has violated the prohibition and may enter and inspect the premises of the person to determine compliance. These products have been outlawed and they continue to be sold and they continue to harm people. So this bill was really important for the public health. There are 2 amendments. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 makes it unfair, abusive, or deceptive trade practice to knowingly manufacture, sell, deliver, hold, or offer for sale in a cosmetic product with any of the specified ingredients. The amendment also requires that a plaintiff must suffer actual harm in order to bring a civil action under the Act, establishes a 3-year statute of limitations, and authorizes the awarding of treble damages and punitive damages. Finally, the amendment establishes the Harmful Hair Chemical Restitution Fund. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Yes, recognize the senator from the 1st District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that in my district, the most powerful man west of the Conococheague is a guy named Bill's Barbershop. Was there any testimony that came from the individual salon owners and barbershop owners concerning this bill?
A question for the floor leader.
Yes, please. I apologize.
Thank you. I'm just rechecking. Everything was favorable. There were some favorable with amendments, but they were addressed in the bill, but it was all favorable testimony.
So there wasn't anything from small businesses that...
Objecting, no. Senator, thank you for the question. These are ingredients that have already been banned. So people are knowingly putting these products on their shelves or using them, and it's caused a real problem for people.
Thank you very much.
All right, on the 2 amendments, any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 656 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 703, Caroline County Senators, Caroline County, Regulation of Animals, Dogs, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the Upper Chesapeake as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senate Bill 703 repeals the requirement that a dog owner in Caroline County must apply to the county for a dog license each year. The bill also repeals other related provisions related to dog licensing in the county, but retains the authority of the county commissioners to adopt rules and regulations regarding the issuance of dog licenses in the county. There were no amendments. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Yes, recognize the senator from the 26th on the report.
Thank you. Just for clarity, I may have read it the wrong way. Does this mean that everyone who owns a dog at each year must get a permit? I'm sure I read that wrong. Is that correct?
It repeals the requirement for getting a permit each year.
Yeah, thank you, sir. For my wife's sake, I needed to be clear.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. All right. On any further discussion on the report? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 703 is hereby ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 794, Senator Lamb, Health Insurance Special Enrollment Period for Pregnancy Coverage Effective Date, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize Senator from District 12 as the floor leader.
Senate Bill 794 authorizes an individual who enrolls for coverage or enrolls as a dependent for coverage during a special enrollment period for pregnancy to choose whether coverage becomes effective or on either the first date of the month or whether the individual receives confirmation of the pregnancy or on the first day of the month following the date of plan selection. So it gives the option to the pregnant individual to choose when the start date begins for their coverage. There is one amendment that adds a co-sponsor. Move the adoption of the one amendment in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 794 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 865, Senator A. Washington, Workgroup on the Affordability of Private Passenger Automobile Insurance, Extension and Alteration of Membership and Duties, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the bill sponsors, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill expands the duties of the Maryland Insurance Administration's work group on private passenger automobile insurance affordability to include the development of concrete legislative recommendations to reduce premiums and extends the termination date of the work group by 1 year. The bill also alters the membership of the work group to add 2 representatives of a nonprofit, research, or consumer advocacy organization and requires the work group to submit an updated report of its findings and recommendations to the General Assembly. There are 2 amendments. Amendment 1 strikes the preamble. Amendment 2 adds a representative of the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies and an actuary to the work group and clarifies the scope of the recommendations that the work group is required to make. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 865 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, let's go ahead and move to our layover calendar. If we are we ready? Appears so. So let's take up first layover calendar number 16. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 282, the President Budget Bill Fiscal Year 2027. Question is the adoption of the 199 committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, questions on the 199 amendments. We'll ask the chair to please come up to the front to go through the amendments in bulk.
Thank you, Mr. President. So 199 amendments sounds scary, but they're not. They are not scary at all. Okay, Budget and Tax Committee recommends there's 199. These amendments are indicated in the committee report and in the committee report distributed yesterday. The budget is linked to Senate Bill 284, the reconciliation, BRFA, to maintain a balanced budget in fiscal 26 and 27. As I mentioned yesterday, we worked very hard this session in collaboration with the governor and our colleagues in the House to prepare a budget that protects our shared priorities, supports our most vulnerable residents, and invests in programs that will grow our state's economy. We bring a budget before you today that leaves a cash surplus of $250 million and additional cash reserves of over $2 billion in the rainy day fund. It does not increase any taxes or fees. It funds legislative priorities decided in collaboration with our colleagues in the House, including providing assistance to lower energy bills, serving more families through the child care scholarship program, protecting access to health care, supporting local governments, and investing in our schools. I will now turn to the committee amendments. I will introduce the amendments in groups, and after describing the amendments, I will then move for each group to be adopted. If a member has concerns about a specific amendment, please ask to have that amendment separated for debate. In the past, as in the past, I asked members to hold additional amendments until the committee amendments have been considered. Please keep in mind that any amendments are to be drawn to the committee report. Staff in the amendment office are available to assist you. With your permission, Mr. President, let's go.
All right. Senator may proceed.
All right. Amendments 1 through 14. In the judiciary, amendments 1 through 3 and 5 through 8 reduce funds and delete new positions. Amendment 4 restricts funds to the intended purpose in the Office of Public Defender. Amendment 9 restricts funds to their intended purpose, and Amendment 10 reduces funds in the Office of the Attorney General. Amendment 11 reduces special funds in the Public Service Commission. Amendments 12 through 13 strike contingent language and delete the associated special funds. In the Uninsured Employers Fund, Amendment 14 restricts funds pending submission of a report. Move adoption of the amendments 1 through 14.
Floor leaders move for the adoption of amendments 1 through 14. Any discussion? Any objections to amendments 1 through 14? Without objection, the amendments are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 15 through 29. In the Board of Public Works, Amendment 15 reduces general funds since funding is available in the dedicated purpose account. In the Office of the Deaf and the Hard of Hearing, Amendments 16 and 17 restrict funds pending the submission of a letter and a report. Amendment 18 deletes a vacant position. In the Maryland Energy Administration, Amendments 19 through 20 restrict funds pending submission of reports. Amendments 21 and 23 strike contingent language and delete the associated special funds. Amendment 22 adds language making an appropriation contingent on legislation in the governor's In the Governor's Office of Crime Control, Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy, Amendments 24 and 25 and 27 restrict funds pending the submission of reports. Amendment 26 restricts general funds until certain attestations are made. In the Department of Social and Economic Mobility, Amendment 28 restricts funds pending the submission of a report. In the Department of Aging, Amendment 29 reduces federal funds. They throw one of those words in there every now and then to trick me, Mr. President. Move adoption of the amendments 15 through 29.
All right. The senator has moved for the adoption of amendments 15 through 29. Recognize the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question for the chairman, please.
Senator may proceed.
You went through a couple amendments that were for the Maryland Energy Administration. One of them, I think it was 23, took out $100 million, and it was mentioned that it is contingent on enactment of legislation allowing the uses for the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. Is that accurate? And then what is that specifically? Do we know what that, was that the money that was supposed to go to ratepayer relief, that $100 million?
My understanding of the 40, no?
Like the renewable programs, you just added it, you cut it and then you added it back. What is the purposes of the larger energy?
So it was just a cut that was later added back for the larger purposes of the energy bill.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I think in the original budget that came from the governor, there was $100 million in ratepayer relief, much like we did it last year. Except last year we did $200 million, this year with $100 million.
It's a different 100.
It's a different $100 million?
Yeah.
I'm looking at how many $100 millions of dollars we've taken
Right.
from the C fund. There's an awful lot of them.
I thought you were referring, I thought you were.
Okay, so with respect to what I had just mentioned then, the ratepayer relief that was given, that has been eliminated as well?
Well, I believe that has been modified, and for further discussion on that, I'd turn to the chair of the committee.
Okay, I mean, we can, I know we're going to have more of a discussion on it, I think, in the BRFA, but I was just trying to see that this $100 million that's coming out is related to pending legislation that needs to be passed, but you don't think that this is the actual...
That $100 that related to the $40.
Correct. This is not that.
It is not that money.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Senator from the 42nd District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. I'm looking at amendment number 15 on page 12, which reduces the amount allocated to payments of judgments against the state from $8 million down to $4 million. It seems like a very modest amount of money. A couple of years ago, we enacted legislation which authorizes people who claim they were abused as children by state institutions or by state officers to file claims against the state. The thousands of claims have been filed for potentially tens of billions of dollars. Is our operative assumption here that none of these claims are going to be settled in the next year, or none will be tried to
This
conclusion?
is the erroneous complaints that existed outside that legislation that you're referring to.
Okay, is there another line item in the budget that relates to how much money we're anticipating will be
There is
paid
not.
out? We're not anticipating any money to be paid out in the next year?
There's no money in the budget for that this year.
Okay, what happens if a settlement is reached in one or more of these lawsuits? What will the state do? Supplemental appropriation?
There's always an action that can be taken mid-year.
Okay, thanks.
All right, recognize the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since we're paused, I thought I'd go ahead and try to ask this question. Something if the chair would yield.
Senator may proceed.
As we look at Amendment 20, I believe it's 20 here. There's discussion about additional strategic energy investment fund uses, and at the bottom of the page of the sort of the committee narrative, there's a report due from the Maryland Energy Administration at the end of this year, and it's a report on the usage of ACP revenues in the CEF. I was wondering, because several things you've been talking through the amendments about funds that are being held due to different actions we want agencies to take, which I think we all agree with. Is any CEF funding on hold until that report is due? Is that? I was trying to understand if the amendment there did that.
$100,000.
Until we get that report, so
Correct.
there's $100,000.
Correct.
Okay, and we expect that report to give us a breakdown of all the different new uses that it's been used for, or just a report in general of what it's
How
used for now?
26 was used.
How 26 was used for. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, question remains on amendments 15 through 29. 15 through 29. Any further discussion of amendments 15 through 29? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 15 through 29 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 30 through 44. In the Department of Planning, Amendment 30 restricts funds pending the submission of a report. Amendment 31 makes technical changes to contingent language. Amendment 32 strikes contingent language and reduces general funds. In the military, Amendment 33 restricts funds pertaining the submission of a report. In the Maryland Department of the Energy Management, Amendment 34 makes a technical change to contingent language, and Amendment 35 deletes funding for a new position. In the Comptroller of Maryland, Amendment 36 makes technical changes to contingent language. In the State Department of Assessment and Taxation, Amendment 37 deletes a vacant position, and Amendment 38 restricts funds from pending the submission of a report. In the Property Tax Assessment Appeals Boards, Amendment 39 restricts funds pending the submission of a report. In the Department of Budget and Management, Amendments 40 through 43 restricts funds pending the submission of reports and corrective actions for repeat audits. Amendments 44 strikes contingent language. Move adoption of Amendments 30 through 44.
All right, floor leaders move for the adoption of amendments 30 through 44. Recognize the minority whip on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask the chair for just for indulgence on another question here. In the reports on Amendment 39, our constituents have been very concerned about property tax assessments. I know we all hear from them, and there's been a lot of it's been one of the added burdens of living in Maryland is the higher property taxes. And I noticed that there's a hold of $50,000 on the appropriations to the PTAB, the Property Tax Assessment Appeals Board, and it's apparently just to make sure they're finishing the process of enhancing efficiency to go from paper to digital. I was curious, the committee discussed, I know there was discussion about consolidating offices in the counties. I know we're always looking for efficiency, but there's been a lot of concern about that too. Did you guys?
That was the subject of a bill. We did not take that up.
You did not take it, so that's not part of the budget or any efficiency mechanisms. Okay, so, okay, thank you very much.
All right, further questions on amendments 30 through 44? Any objections to amendments 30 through 44? Without objection, amendments 30 through 44 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Okay, these are amendments 45 through 64. In the Department of Information Technology, Amendment 45 reduces general funds in the Information Technology Investment Fund. Amendments 46 and 47 reduce general funds for personnel. In the Department of General Services, Amendment 48 through 50 restrict funds pending the submission of reports and corrective actions for repeat audit findings. Amendment 51 makes technical change to contingent language. In the Maryland Department of Transportation, Amendments 52 and 55 add language requiring notification of changes to the capital program or grants. Amendment 53 and 60 restrict funds pending the submission of reports. Amendment 54 restricts funding for grants. Amendments 56 and 57 establish debt limits and require reports. Amendment 58 strikes contingent language and deletes the associated appropriation. Amendment 59 restricts funds to be used for certain grants. In the Department of Natural Resources, Amendment 61 restricts funds pending submission of a letter. Amendment 62 strikes contingent language and restricts funds in the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Amendment 63 restricts funds pending submission of a report. And Amendment 64 reduces funds. Move adoption of Amendments 45 through 64.
All right, the chair moves that we adopt amendments 45 through 64. Any discussion of amendments 45 through 64? Recognize the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, amendment number 61 looks like budget language to hold $500,000 from the Department of Natural Resource until a land transfer takes place.
That's correct.
And why was it determined that this needed to be, budget money needed to be withheld from the department? Do you recall?
Yeah, sure.
Yield to the President Pro Tem.
Thank you, absolutely. So there was legislation that was passed that had to do with the parks, the great parks of the state of Maryland. One of the stipulations within there was that there would be, by statute, that there be a park in Cecil County in Port of Deposit that would be, it would have the history of African Americans at its heart and would incorporate a portion of land which has been identified. That land, by statute, was to be transferred by last June of last year. The department has not yet done so. This is an indication to help the department do what they're supposed to do and get this land transfer done.
Right, and wasn't one of the issues of the broader bill that you just spoke about that required all this, that there wasn't funding for DNR to have all these parks, that the General Assembly just made a number of decisions to say that certain parks had to be created, but there was really no funding for them to move forward with anything, right?
That has while DNR may or may not have funds for future parks, that has nothing to do with the land transfer in order to move this, which, by the way, the land transfer is internal. It's from one state entity to the Department of Natural Resources. This is land that we already have ownership of and obligations for, so I'm not exactly sure what the relevance of that would be.
Okay, so I think because the question is, I mean, did DNR come to the committee and say, you know, we're interested in doing this, or is this just something that the General Assembly has said, DNR, we told you to do it and you haven't done it yet?
Senator, it's a matter of state law that the transfer was to have occurred.
Right.
The state, we have already determined that this is the direction that we would like to go. They have not yet done what they were supposed to do, and they need to do it.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Because I had heard, you know, differencing opinions on this. Obviously, that the Bainbridge Development Corporation that has control of it has been trying to transfer for a period of time, but DNR has not been willing to accept it. Frankly, they said they don't have the money to do anything with the park once they get it. So I think that's probably what's been going on, that they just don't, you know, again, they could get it, there's no value to it, there's no monetary transaction that is necessary as a result of it, But DNR frankly just doesn't know what they're going to do with it, and I think that's kind of why they've been holding their feet. And I guess what you're doing is trying to say, you know, we'll hold $500,000 until you do it.
That is the case, and that is not an entirely, that's not my understanding entirely of the situation. The parties do need to work together in order to do the transfer. There are things that both parties will benefit from, and I'm just trying to encourage them to make this transfer.
Okay. All right. Well, again, the Bainbridge Development Corporation said that they were prepared to transfer it last June. So again, if this is something that DNR is dragging their feet on, I guess they just don't want the property is what it boils down to.
There are certain requirements that they are looking for, but I am in full agreement that they need to accept the property, which is what you're sharing. So it's supportive of that.
Yeah, it was just odd that DNR hasn't done that yet. And I think it's just the overall that they frankly don't really know what to do with it, but we had mandated through prior legislation that they must take it. So I think that's where we are. Okay, thank you very much, Floor Leader and Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Just
Question
quickly too on that. I mean, there's a lot of historical property, buildings and things on the property. It's a complicated property. There's no question about it, and but it's still valuable from a historical perspective, and so I think it is important that we're evaluating everything we can to make it work, and I think that's the hope.
I would add, I'm very familiar with the property as well too. I've been there several times.
Me too.
And obviously you know it as well too. But the problem is when we passed the broader bill many years ago, it didn't come with any funding. And so yes, you know, DNR has been told that they need to take this. But again, I mean, I think, you know, as I'm saying, it's not BDC that has been failing to do so. It's been DNR's not willingness to take it. And you know, obviously to get it, you then have to put some investment into it to make sure something is done for it. I think we look like we're just going to make a land transfer and nothing will happen afterwards, and that's what's concerning.
All right, let's go to the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask a question about amendment number 59. It's pertaining to the Purple Line status reports, which I really do appreciate this report because I think it's really needed, is to submit 6 bi-monthly construction status reports for the Purple Line, 2 to 2 budget committees, and it lists great pieces of updates that we would like to have: the overall project status, utility relocation, civil construction, rail vehicles ready to ship, Glen Ridge operations and maintenance facility, which is in my district. Really great. I wondered if the committee considered adding anything in here, because my community has been really working with Purple Line hand in hand, but I've talked to multiple entities around the Purple Line station, including the University of Maryland, which has its own police department. Riverdale Park has its own police department, the Prince George's County Police Department as well, and we can't seem to get aligned with crime prevention methods. And I wondered if the committee had discussions with the Purple Line team, or if it can in the future be considered and within this to provide their progress in ensuring that there's MOUs between MTA's police department as well as the other entities that are surrounding them to ensure that we have low crime at these new facilities. We've known for years that we've seen crime around our subway stations, and WMATA has done a really good job along with our police department to drive down crime in those areas. This list does not include that, and I wondered if there has been consideration around including that, and how can we ensure that this is part of that bi-monthly report.
Mr. President, if I could ask the subcommittee chair.
Yes, yield to the subcommittee chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have been having those conversations, absolutely, about ensuring that law enforcement is a part of the Purple Line development with MTA, with WMATA. If you have ideas about language, specifically to incorporate here, happy to hear what they are, and perhaps that is something that we could incorporate, but definitely we have had those conversations.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I appreciate the conversation. I did hear about the conversations around WMATA, but what I'm not hearing is the conversations around the local police departments that exist along the Purple Line route, which is really important. So I would like to find a way to add some language in here about crime prevention and creating those MOUs across the Purple Line light rail line itself.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator. All right, recognize the senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Along the lines of the Purple Line, back up a few minutes to amendment number 56. It talks about in reference to the bonds that can be issued for the Purple Line. I guess there was not a clarification here, I guess, of where we are with that project. Obviously, it's an ongoing project. We made that commitment, understand that. But it talks about an additional $820 million in bonds that can be added to it. So I guess basically I was trying to get an update as far as where we are with the cost of the Purple Line right now. Are we expecting it to cost $800 million more? Or is that just part of the overall general construction as was already identified?
I'd have to check to see exactly where, I don't know if the subcommittee chair has that information. Maybe we can get it while we're still live here, but it's just setting the limit, the overall limit. I think it's 2.5 for the Purple Line. If your question is how much has been expended already and how much more needs to be expended, is that your question?
Well, yeah, I mean, because it references that $800 million, which would bring, I guess, the aggregate to $3.3 billion. I'm actually asking, is that what we expect it to be, or is this just that this is this year's part of that project? And it's
I think
more
we
of a
need
technical question. We can follow up later. I was just kind of curious where exactly
Right.
where that was. So
we certainly can get that answer for you.
thank you.
All right, question remains on amendments 45 through 64. 45 through 64. Any further discussion of amendments 45 through 64? Any objections? Without objection, the amendments are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 65 through 98. In the Maryland Department of Health, amendments 65 through 72, 74 through 77, 80, 83 through 85, 88, 89, and 97 restrict funds pending submission of reports, corrective actions for repeat audit findings, and letters confirming the submission of regulations and data. Amendments 73 and 91 increase contingent general fund reductions and modify contingent language to conform to actions in the BRFA. Amendments 78, 82, 86, 90, 95, and 96 restrict funds for provider reimbursements to that purpose. Amendment 79 restricts funds pending a change in budgeting and expenses intent. Amendment 81 restricts funds to be used for a particular purpose. Amendment 87 adds language related to cost containment actions. Amendment 92 reduces funds. Amendment 93 and 98 make technical changes to contingent language. Amendment 94 makes funding contingent on the enactment of legislation. Sorry about that. Move the adoption of amendments 65 through 98.
All right, the floor leader moves to the adoption of amendments 65 through 98. Question is on amendments 65 through 98. Any discussion of those amendments? Any objections? Without objection, Amendments 65 through 98 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 99 through 126. In the Department of Human Services, Amendment 99 and 100 reduce funds. Amendments 101 through 106, 113 through 115, and 118 restricts funds pending the submission of reports, corrective actions for repeat audit findings, and a letter. Amendments 108, 110, and 111 restrict funds to their intended purposes. Amendments 107, 109, 112, 116, and 117 reduce funds. In the Maryland Department of Labor, Amendment 119 reduces funds for a grant. In the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, Amendments 120 and 126 restrict funds pending the submission of report. Move amendments 99 through 126.
All right. Chair moves for the adoption of amendments 99 through 126. On those amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 99 through 126 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 127 through 146. In the Maryland Department of Education, Amendments 127 restricts funds pending submission of a report. Amendment 128 reduces funds contingent on legislation. Amendment 129 reduces funds. Amendment 130 adds language expressing intent. Amendment 131 is technical. Amendment 132 restricts funds for a particular purpose and pending the submission of a report. For the University of Maryland College Park, Amendments 133 and 146 reduce funds for a mandate that ended. In the Higher Education Commission, Amendments 134 and 137 restrict funds pending the submission of reports. Amendment 138 reduces funds. Amendments 139, 140, 142, and through 145 strike language and reduce associated general funds. And Amendment 141 adds language specifying the distribution of funds. Move adoption of amendments 127 through 146.
All right. Chair moves for the adoption of amendments 127 through 146. On the amendments, recognize the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, just on page 208, it starts to talk a little bit about a report on the MCAP. And it states that the committees remain interested in tracking the cost for MCAP assessment, development, and implementation. Could you just elaborate what the committee's concerns have been with respect to the cost of MCAP?
Yeah, so there's been, for the school assessments, there's been deficiencies in the last couple of years. This is just narrative wanting to know exactly what's going on from their perspective.
Okay, so they would report, is this based on results? Or what I was wondering is, it said that tracking the cost of it. Are we saying that the costs have been out of line with implementing this assessment, or?
We believe they have been out of line, yes.
Okay. In one of the items it says to report on, it says the details on MCAP's measurement of student learning loss in the 2026-2027 school year. That's the year right now that we're in. Why is Budget Langham projecting student loss, learning loss?
It's summer learning loss?
Okay, it just sounds prescriptive. It sounds like we're asking them.
We're expecting it,
right?
Not necessarily, no.
No. Okay.
You know, and it might be. You think it's a typo?
I think it's like we've known there's been student learning loss and seeing if it's continuing or not.
We believe it's just about knowing that there has been the learning loss issues in the past in summer learning in particular.
Okay.
And sort of continuing to verify whether or not that's accurate or not.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's fine that way. Just
Yeah, it's an
seems
interesting,
worded
I
to-
don't disagree with you. It's interesting to put it in that time frame.
Okay, thank you. And then just past that, it talked about the AIB providing a status report on the blueprint implementation. Again, is there any expectation of what we're expecting to hear on page 215? And I'll state it.
It's
you
just,
know,
there are multiple points, as you can tell, just trying to continuously keep a grasp on the blueprint as we move forward. And of course, yeah, and looking for results along the way. Of course, as you know, we're reaching the point where we're going to have the big 5-year assessment.
Right.
And that's coming up. But, you know, it's not like that, that we weren't just counting on that. You build towards it, right? Every year you're looking for information along the way.
Okay, so this is more of an annual report, but falls in line with the broader 5-year report that we are waiting to hear from.
Yes.
With respect to the blueprint implementation, are we, again, not being in the budget hearings, are we expecting to see that they are going to try to find solutions for cost savings and reductions as we're looking at the, you know, the structural deficit that we're going to be looking at in the out years?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, and as we've talked about many times during the budget last year, even times before that, it's not like we're blind to the idea that we've got some challenges ahead. And if we want it to be what it is, or it needs to be modified in certain ways. And so all of that is going to be discussed in the coming year. And we have to take upon those, we have to do that. Right. We have to look into all that.
Okay. Again, just final question on that, because again, I know we have talked previously about changes being made to the blueprint, revisions, and
there were a few last year.
And there were, but really kind of the next year when the dedicated funding runs out for the blueprint is when we're going to start to see those $3 and potentially $4 billion a year deficits based on where we are right now.
Well, I mean, it's a whole lot of, it's not just the blueprint, of course, right? That's not the only issue involved as we move forward, but it's certainly a component part to dealing with the overall health of the budget as we move forward.
Okay, but are we expecting that it's this report that's going to help us make decisions, or is there something else?
Every analysis along the way is going to help make decisions as we move forward.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you very much.
All right, recognize the minority whip.
Just a very quick question on the Amendment 141 and I guess 142 as well in the community colleges. Just following up on my colleague about Blueprint, this puts in place the rescissions that were done last year. Does this make those permanent, the 3% cap on growth?
So there's corresponding language in the BRFA that does make that permanent.
Okay, so every year the idea is that they'd be able to count on a 3% increase? Up to 3%.
Through 29.
Through 29. The reason I raise that as it relates to the blueprint is, as part of this looking at the blueprint, is the kids being able to go to community college has been a great thing. I'm a community college graduate. I love my community college in Carroll, and my one in Frederick. I represent part piece of Frederick now as well, so love them. Their challenge there is they've done a great job with these students, but they don't really get, at times, money associated with the additional cost of them coming. So just trying to figure that out. I don't know if you guys have looked at that some on the funding side, or kind of where we're at with that. I think that should be part of the conversation moving forward.
Mr. President, if I could ask the subcommittee chair.
Yes, yield to the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you talking about dual enrollment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Madam
We're
Vice
constantly talking about how to share those expenses back and forth. I don't know that there's a real decision made, but there's constant conversation about it.
Thank you. This budget is silent then in that regard. Just we're not making any changes in policy at this time.
Right.
Fair to say.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm really just raising it as a point of concern. I'm glad we've kind of, we made it through a difficult time, I know, but we've got more issues we're going to have coming. So just want the body to remember that a big part of Blueprint for career readiness was letting young people start community college early, which I'm totally for, and it's been a great thing. But figuring the money out is going to be it has been a little challenging, and I think will continue to be.
That with the Dr. Perman, it's a real priority with him to continue the dual enrollment. I think we're going to see that grow a lot.
Yeah. We might need to look at how we. Yeah. No, that's great. Thank you very much.
All right. Question remains on amendments 127 through 146. Any further discussion? Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Senator from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm with my friend from Carroll County on supporting community colleges. So my question is on amendments, I think it's 141 and 142. So on one page, we remove the amendment reducing the $20,994,080 to community colleges, and then we add it back in on 142. What did we actually do with the community colleges? Did we increase their budgets by 3%? Did we reduce their budgets? What was the actual change in the community colleges?
They end up growing by 12 million.
Thank you.
Reduction of the increase.
Right.
All right. Any further discussion on 127 through 146? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 127 through 146 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
147 through 159. In the Department of Housing and Community Development, Amendment 147 restricts funding pending a report. Amendment 148 makes a technical change, and Amendment 149 adds language expressing intent. In the Department of Commerce, Amendment 150 restricts funding pending the submission of a report, and Amendments 151 through 153 reduces funding. In the Maryland Department of the Environment, Amendment 154 restricts funding pending the submission of a report, and Amendment 155 deletes double budgeted grants. In the State Reserve Fund, Amendment 156 deletes funds. Amendment 157 reduces funds and makes technical changes. Amendments 158 and 159 modify contingent language and specify the use of funds. Move adoption of amendments 147 through 159.
All right. The chair moves for the adoption of amendments 147 through 159, recognizing the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 152 reduces the funds for the biotechnology investment incentive tax credit by $2 million. Was there a rationale for that? Is that program not working, or is it?
No, we're just, there's always places where we've got to find reductions.
Okay, I was just hoping it was successful, but
it's been around for a long time. It has been successful.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then just quickly on 157, what is a dedicated purpose account?
It's it's a place where we put dollars that will be used later for some designated purpose.
Okay, so it is a maneuver that you put money into that account and then you withdraw it for that specific purpose.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So it's a budget move. It's not money coming in from something. It's not like a lockbox or something like
No,
that
it
that
is
we
not.
like to talk about.
Not like you're thinking of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Question remains on 147 through 159. Any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 147 through 159 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
160 through 168. In the Office of the Public Defender, Amendment 160 reduces funds, and Amendment 161 restricts funds for their intended purpose. In the Maryland Department of Energy Management, Amendment 162 makes a technical change to contingent language. In the Maryland Department of Health, Amendments 163, 164 reduce funds, and Amendments 165 restricts funds for their intended purpose. In the Department of Human Services, Amendments 166 and 68 reduce funds, and Amendment 167 restricts funds for their intended purpose. Move adoption of 160 through 168.
All right, the committee moves that we adopt amendments 160 through 168. Any any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 160 through 168 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 169 through 199. Amendments 169 through 183 add annual language. Amendment 184 adds a section restricting funds pending data submission. Amendments 185 and 188 restrict funds pending submission of report. Amendments 186 and 189 add sections restricting funds in the Maryland Department of Health and the Department of Human Services pending a letter and a report. Amendment 187 restricts funds pending submission of report. Amendment 190 adds funds in fiscal 2026. Amendments 191 and 192 add funds in the fiscal 2027. Amendments 193 reduces funds in fiscal 2027 due to available special funds. Amendment 194 restricts funds pending submission of reports and expenses and expresses intent. Amendment 195 restricts funds pending submission of budget amendments. Amendment 196 and 197 reduce funds in fiscal 2026. And Amendment 198 is technical in the Maryland Energy Administration. Amendment 199 strikes language. Move adoptions of amendments 169 through 199.
All right, question is on amendments 169 through 199. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 169 through 199 are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Recognize the senator from District 2 on the amended report.
Just a quick question, if this would be the appropriate time for, do we need to adopt the committee report before we introduce additional amendments, or just want to check with you first?
Exactly right, Senator. We would adopt the report and then the amendments. Yes, Senator. Recognizing the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know once we adopt the report, I know there will be a couple of amendments. If I could just ask maybe a broader question of the chair, just sort of a overall question. You know, earlier we had a bill on the floor, the Senate President's bill about the future, looking to the future for our economy. May have some discussion on third reader about that. We're all for that idea, but concerns we've expressed, and not just Republicans, I think there have been Democrats who expressed this in this body, have expressed some of the same concerns depending on the individual members. We've had a real competitiveness problem from an economic standpoint with other states. It's a variety of things. It's our tax code, our cost of living, energy. There's been a lot of issues we've raised this session. One of the, I think, most interesting debates we had on the floor so far this year was over the issue of MDE permits and waterfront and all of that. And we got to actually a good place in that bill. I'm raising that because one of the things we talked about in the debate was how state departments, we have a goal of growing our economy, but state departments often don't work together to accomplish that goal. We have excessive regulation, excessive bureaucracy in different places. And even the governor has said that that's the case and had put some initiatives in place to try to find efficiencies and that sort of thing. I'm not sure that paying a consultant millions of dollars was the way to do it. We would have probably volunteered for free. However, at least the point is everybody has sort of acknowledged we need to do it. What was done, or could you speak to maybe some of these things, some of these reports that you're requiring? I noticed there were some things about efficiency. Can we assure people that we're looking at that more closely?
Well, there's no doubt that the world is changing, and because of the changes that we see ahead of us, we're constantly thinking and talking about what that might look like. How do we use new technology, AI, machine learning, to do a better job at getting the information, using analytics to have our government really be more efficient and tighter in what we're doing knowing that we have an enormous amount of data, and that data should be used for good, to be able to make our departments run better and faster. So that discussion is occurring all the time. There are things, and as it relates specifically to some departments who've had some issues. Obviously, we had a lot of discussion this year about DD, and there are a number of actions that both the governor is taking and both houses to deal with those issues in terms of efficiency. One of which is that we are going to be increasing the funding level for staff, financial staff at higher levels, so that they will, we will be hopefully attracting more and more of the best people to do that work. And then as it relates to the analytics issue, there'll be money in the budget this year to develop some tools, specifically as it relates to DD, to ensure that very complicated situations where there's a number of people involved, a number of programs involved, and the different possibilities of how citizens use those programs and possibilities, and how we can best look at how that usage is occurring, and using that machine learning to come up with better pictures that will drive better decisions.
Thank you for those answers. And I just, maybe a final question. This budget does grow over last year.
It does.
There are costs that I know you've discussed a little bit, but the frustration, and I guess the question I would have is, we're going back to taxpayers after this session saying the message has been from the governor and others is great news, there's no tax increases in this budget. And I might argue that taking money from the C fund is a version of an energy tax, but that's something maybe we'll discuss later. I would say, though, that when you've had 3 years of hundreds of fees and taxes that have gone up, not all of them raised by the Assembly, number of fees that are raised at the regulatory level, but we've raised a number of taxes, high cost of living burden. To have a budget that then comes in and is gonna grow, and then there's not really any relief for taxpayers, and then we're saying, hey, and next year is going to be a tough budget. Wouldn't it be prudent for us to make some tougher decisions? Now, I understand we just talked about DD, and that's one we didn't want to make cuts to. But to me, those folks are kind of some of the first people that should be in the boat. There's a lot of other stuff in government we could do with less of for a while. And I would just challenge or question why we wouldn't have made some more tough cuts in preparation for what we'll have to do next year, or some tough cuts so that we could provide some relief for folks. So I'll just present that as sort of a closing question for you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you know there's, I'm right at the top of those individuals who do not, who believe that the folks on DD are at the top of the list in what we, and you know that. But when you look at the performance within agencies over the course of time, and the reason that ultimately cost containment was done in that area, and although again we worked through those cost containments to minimize the impact on those who are receiving services, when you realize also that things are going on and have been going on, and I mean for a long time in departments, and there are technologies throughout our system, unfortunately, that are way outdated. My thoughts have simply been, how do we lift that up as inexpensively as we possibly can, knowing that we have to take some tougher actions in some places to hold down costs, but knowing that we can probably come up with some better ways to run these departments with some efficiencies. And again, this is crossing decades. It's not an issue with any particular governor. These are upgrades that should have been moving forward over the course of time.
All right. Question remains on the favorable report. Just so senators know, we are having a slight issue with the YouTube stream. It is working on the internal currently, but it is not streaming to YouTube. So if it goes out for an extended period, we may just pause when it comes to the budget. At the moment, it's still going. It's just not on the YouTube, but it is still being recorded on the internal system, so it's being transcribed. So we're going to keep monitoring it. Just we'll see if it goes down, then we'll pause and take up another. Turns out we said something about a commercial. Maybe we need commercials, and lo and behold. Recognizing the senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do have an answer to the question that the gentleman from Hagerstown asked earlier. So the page that you were referring to is page 93, and that's the debt service requirements for MDOT. So that is setting up a mechanism if they should need additional debt. We do not anticipate that the Purple Line does need additional debt beyond what has already been issued. So just wanted to clarify that.
All right. Recognize the senator from District 2.
Thank you. And so to that point, I guess basically roughly $2.5 billion is what the current cost is. The 800 some that's authorized would be if needed. The up to 3.3, I guess, it's kind of like a contingency if it's needed. Is that what you're saying? Or am I misinterpreting?
No, I think this provision is just talking about MDOT's debt limit in general, and the setting up the mechanism of coming to us if they should need
right, if they would need that additional
debt. But with regard to the Purple Line, they should be all set.
No, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you for the information, because I think it's important in the context, especially when we talk about transportation needs and the amount of dollars that are going into both, obviously, not the Purple Line to pick on that, but just in all of our projects across the state. So thank you.
On the favorable committee report as amended, recognize the minority leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If the chairman would yield for another question too.
Senator, may proceed.
I just want to go back to the structural outlook and where we're going to be passing this budget. There's been a number of conversations before, as we talked about, and we all got our fiscal briefings that kind of showed this graph of the structural deficits in the out years. About $2.3 billion in 28, $3 billion in 29, $3.8 billion in 30. And obviously that's been a big concern for, I would say, everybody in here, not just one side of the aisle. But as we're completing this budget, what is the message? What are we saying this structural outlook looks like in the next few years? Is it unchanged, honestly?
Yeah, pretty much unchanged. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so if it's unchanged and we're looking at these
we
types,
handled this year's challenge.
Correct.
The 1.5 billion.
Right. But obviously we could have those same types of challenges, because some of that was based on revenue that was thought to be coming in but not coming in. So when we get into where we're looking at, when we walk away from here, middle of April, we still have some significant challenges that the state is facing in the next couple of years.
Yeah, assuming that we want to do the things that are programmed within the mandates that we have set up in the past. Assuming we want to do things exactly the way that they were done.
Okay, but this budget didn't change doing anything the way that it's going to be done, right?
That's correct.
With respect to that. So next year, God forbid we all come back, that want to be back, we'll be looking at a very significant budget deficit as we start the legislative session. Is that accurate?
Well, it wouldn't be a budget deficit as we started it. It would be a projected shortfall, and we would work through that like we do every single year. There's probably, as I look back over the course of the time I've been around, I don't recall too many years where we haven't had some sort of issue coming in to any given year.
Yeah, but I would agree, but this is very significant. It kind of goes along what we saw last year.
Last year was significant, yeah.
And, you know, $1.6 billion in taxes were raised last year to accommodate that. So,
well, maybe not. We'll get to that, I'm sure.
Okay, but this year we had the ability to do a number of budget maneuvers. We moved a lot of money around to handle the deficit that we had. You know, we
do that, and we do that every year, in various ways. You know, it's all about what priorities you want to continue to protect and leave yourself open to the ability of still moving forward on. I mean, it's just like in many ways, a personal home budget, right? You do the things that are most important, and sometimes you hold off from doing those things that you would love to do, and you just can't get to it that year.
Understand and agree, but these are mandates, right? I mean, right now the blueprint spending is a mandate.
Yeah, remember what a
spending?
mandate is, though. A mandate is a direction to the governor to include something in the budget. However, if there are not the funds in that budget to do that, he provides contingent reductions or revenue increases to be able to cover that cost. And so that's no different than any year.
Okay, I just, you know, again, they're very significant numbers, and I think when we came into this session, again, the deficit was nowhere near what we'd seen in the last year before. It was something very manageable. I mean, was
the deficit?
We're going to continue to use our own words for what we're calling what these are, but it was what $300 million revenue came in, went to 1.5 billion, 1.6 billion, that we had to find revenues to cover that deficit.
As you know from earlier discussion, we're going to be leaving here with $250 million in surplus.
Surplus. Oh, we like that one. That's a word that we've also been.
Just to be clear about what all this means.
So this year, $250 million surplus. We have some money for maybe some tax credits or tax cuts.
Well, no,
in amendments.
look, I mean, it's reasonable when you're being responsible. You want to carry what is also referred to as a fund balance or surplus to deal with things that may occur during the middle of the year.
Like a war in Iran.
Yeah, for instance.
Right. Unforeseen issues, of course.
Absolutely.
But the blueprint is we know about that. We know
that is a plan that was developed 5 years ago, 6 years ago, that I think, as a legislature, felt was critical because our children coming through the system were not getting the education, they weren't getting the opportunities that they really deserved. And at multiple income levels, and with all that, given the fact that we are who we are in terms of being one of the more wealthy states in the nation, that it is really, on some levels, you know, you sense the need to take responsibility. You can't, the need not to just keep doing the same things over and over again, because that wasn't generating any change. So a plan was developed, and which led to the mandate, which led to now 5 years going through, being able to pay for that, because we have, and we're going to keep having to make changes, all in line with the idea that every child deserves the best that we can give them. And I know you believe that too.
I was just going to say,
I know
think
you
we all
believe that too.
That. Right.
I know. I'm not trying to, but what does that mean, right? What does it mean to actually try to accomplish that? And for me, it was not to keep doing the same thing over and over again. And so this is different, and it is costly, and it does involve issues beyond simply teacher salaries and curriculum. It has to do with mental health. It has to do with poverty issues. It has to do with family dynamic issues that cause and make it difficult. I think we're doing the right thing about thinking about the issues needed to solve this problem. But in the same breath, we recognize that it takes money. And so, you know, that's where we are. And we're just sort of taking it step by step. I've heard folks say that we're kicking the can down the road. Well, I don't believe in that. I believe that we are trying our best every year to get to a place where ultimately we can see success for all these children, all children. And so I think that's what we should be standing for.
Well, again, I certainly believe that part, that we should see success in our students, and I think that unfortunately the test scores and the proficiency levels are not where I think anybody wants to see them. And yet we're spending more and more money and not achieving those goals. And so that's what's concerning, I think, for everybody, that, you know, essentially, whether it's kick the can down the road or not, it wasn't really addressed this year. And that's why I asked the questions about the AIB report.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to see, are we going to expect to see something when we get here next January?
I think, let me just say this, I think we are seeing movement. There's no question. We're seeing movement. Now, does that include, that means achieving some of the setup to make things work. It doesn't necessarily mean the end goal that you're getting the absolute results that you want at the end. But there's movement in the right direction. And the question is it enough? Do we need more? Are there modifications to what our plan is? All of those things are reasonable questions and should be addressed in this 5-year analysis.
Okay. And so just with respect to that analysis, we expect to see that by the time we return next term? I mean, is that?
You know that. I think so, yes. I believe so, yes.
And you would foresee time to evaluate that and potentially make changes to not be in a position where we're looking at a $2.5 billion deficit with respect to?
Well,
I mean, I don't want to put you completely on the
again,
spot, but I do think it's important to try
again,
to.
we will not end the year next year with a deficit.
No, we can't, right.
That's right.
Yeah, we're not allowed to, but that doesn't mean.
So if we're dealing with a shortfall, we will deal with the shortfall, and we will modify the program, develop some sort of revenue plan. I don't know the answer yet. It's too early to make that determination. We need to see the success rate and what's going on. And all of those things are reasonable questions. It's not, what you're asking is not an unreasonable request. We should be doing that. And I believe that the AIB is working towards that every day. And what we will learn over the coming months is going to be critical of how we move forward. There's no doubt about it.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the conversation. Again, I appreciate you visiting with the caucus this morning to have some of this conversation with us as well, too. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognized Senator from the 40th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry I didn't catch this earlier. It was going through it really, really quickly. But at some point, I'm trying to understand the reduction as it relates to Baltimore City Community College. It looked like there's a formula adjustment or something like that. I don't really know what that is. So
between other community colleges. Consistent with the other community colleges.
Okay, the reduction is consistent with all the other community colleges. Okay, got it.
Correct.
The other thing is, and it seems to me like whether it's the Decade Act, back to the community college thing, it do say something, says upon enactment of legislation. Is that the BRFA? Is that the legislation that it refers to when it talks about? Okay, got it. All right. Also, as it relates to the Decade Act and other things, it seems like a shift from Commerce over to Medco. If I'm looking at page 354 to 55 here, it says that $500,000 in general funds should be provided in a grant from Commerce over to Medco. It seems like it's
Senator, where are you looking?
on page 354, the very last sentence, line 39 through 41, and then on page 355, it continues line 1 through 8.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of a tech project, really. So for small businesses, and I've lived through this myself, so I know some of the issues associated with it. you have to deal with a number of state government agencies. You need to deal with the comptroller. You need to deal with tax assessments, SStat, and you need to deal with labor for UI. And each of them have their own websites. And one of the things that we've thought about in terms of making starting a business more accessible is having one-stop shop for that. So we believe that they are capable and able to help pull that together.
Right.
But it's not necessarily, it wouldn't have necessarily been in commerce per se.
But is this
It is really
actually
about
taking
work-
money from commerce and transferring it over to Metco
No,
for this purpose?
no, it is not.
Okay. So what does it mean by for the purpose of providing a grant to Metco?
We have ads every year in our budget,
Okay.
right? And this is just one of those ads.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I just see more and more things being added to the Metco kind of portfolio, and especially things that commerce used to have. Like if you look at the Decade Act, some of those functions of commerce have been transferred over to Metco, and so I'm trying to understand like the shift in direction here. I understand commerce to function in protecting and attracting businesses to Maryland, Metco being more of like an economic development tool as far as their bonding authority or whatever, but more and more as things come before us, and I just wasn't sure if this was yet another example of that trend that we're starting to see.
I mean, you could say that, I guess. I mean, the bottom line is that we need somebody to work on that, and it's not going to be the easiest thing to accomplish, but we do need somebody to work on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. All right. Question remains on the adoption of the favorable committee report as amended. Any further discussion of the favorable committee report? Any objection to the report? Without objection, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Recognize the senator from District 2. Senator has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Senator, if you could just give us one quick moment. Let's get us up on the
problem.
board first. Pages, if we could please collect the amendment and distribute it to members. All right, 129. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you again, and colleagues. Last year talked a lot about the differences between our side of the aisle and your side of the aisle, and a lot of those differences come down to priorities, and how these differences occur mostly when obviously our priorities are different. This year though, I think we could certainly agree more so than we did last year, and most of that comes from this budget, as the chair just said, and a lot of the questions were asked. Is this is a balanced budget. Every year our budget is obviously balanced, but this year it was balanced without the increase, the tax burden on our citizens that we saw last year. Again, I appreciate the leadership of our chair keeping this budget balanced without resorting to those tax and fee increases. At the same time, while this budget is balanced, it essentially just moves funds around. And really, it's really just budget sorcery. Because while there are no tax or fee increases to your budget, there is also no tax relief. And again, the budget fails to address the structural issues in our future years. So while we appreciate the balanced approach without taxes and fees that we saw last year, the fact remains the same. It is a $70 billion budget. When last year's budget was $67 billion, we understand the general fund allocation was slightly less. At the same time, it does not address the ongoing challenges, and our priority remains to curb and rein in spending when balancing the budget, especially when our spending continues to outpace our revenues. So as such, we feel there should be a continued reduction in that spending. So the budget, the amendment you see before you is simple. It's basically across the board, 5% agency cuts, less essential service and personnel. You know, colleagues, we asked a lot of our citizens over the last couple of years. A whole lot last year. A lot more than 5%. And so I think it's a challenge to be back to our agency heads that we've talked in the past. I would really be curious to see collectively what those individual budgets have looked like in our agencies over the last several years. So state government needs to take the lead and do the same, and the savings from this amendment would cover all the Burford amendments that we're going to talk about here later. So with that, I would move the amendment and request a roll call vote. Thank you.
All right, Senator has moved the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would ask the body to reject this. Although there are things within this amendment that are protected, and they were, the gentleman, I believe, was careful to protect certain things. What he did not protect, or what the amendment did not protect, excuse me, were state hospitals, or financial aid, higher education, social workers, protective services. So this would effectively make it almost impossible to ensure that those individuals who need the attention, and to make sure that what is going on in their lives as it relates to the services they receive, and some of the things that could happen and go wrong in lives, this would take money away from protective services. It would also make it very difficult to process Medicaid, SNAP, and a bunch of other programs. So, Mr. President, I would very strongly encourage this body. It is very difficult in my mind ever to sort of do across-the-board cuts. They just don't work, because across the board things hurt people differently. And so I would strongly urge to reject this amendment.
All right, the question remains on the amendment. Recognize the senator from the 38th District on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the sponsor of the amendment, and also want to thank the chair for going through the budget with us. And as I thought about the approach that the sponsor of the amendment took, the 5%, given all of the challenges that our constituents are facing in all areas, and most families and most businesses, when they have those challenges, a 5% cut is manageable in a way that you go through and you can reach that, and you do it in a way that you can do it so it's as least impactful as possible. Putting on one of my former hats as a Deputy Chief of Staff for Governor Ehrlich, when we work through with the different departments and agencies, you know, when challenged to really go through the line by line, the different programs and departments, we found that those cabinet secretaries and those heads of departments would rather find those that 5% rather than having the second floor do it. So I guess, again, I go back to what our constituents expect, and when they're facing these challenges, I believe they think it's reasonable that we can go and do that 5%. So for that reason, I'll be supporting this amendment.
All right, thank you, Senator. Recognize the minority, excuse me, let's go back and forth. Senator from the 14th District.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question, and I think you know the answer. So right now, my understanding is that this would be across-the-board cut. Part of the work that we do, Mr. Chairman, and the budget committees is the subcommittees go through this, of which the maker of the amendment is on, right? He's on one of the subcommittees. So I guess my question is, when we don't know where the cut's going to be, I think there's a program within the Department of Aging on operating that helps toward Holocaust victims. Would this, if we don't know where the cut is coming from, could this impact that?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. We have a budget in front of us that's north of $70 billion. We are one of the highest per capita state spending states in the country. We have raised taxes and fees over 350 times in the last 3 years as a state. Several of those taxes hit everybody. We've more than doubled our car registration taxes. We've more than doubled the emissions fee. We created a brand new tax on an entire industry that we now are finding out we're not collecting near what we thought, but we created a brand new tax on an entire industry that allegedly we want to be a magnet for. We got through last year's budget balanced on the backs of the largest tax increase in this history of the state. And we're coming into this session saying, hey, great news, we're not raising taxes. But next year looks real rough, and we're increasing spending by $3 billion this year. Now, everything that's been said today about the needs we have and the costs associated is all fair. But it's amazing to me that when we talk about making a very small reduction, this is $500 million out of a $70 billion budget. We raised 1.6 to 1.7 billion in taxes last year alone. And we're talking about trying to give a little back, make government have to take a haircut. When we've asked taxpayers again and again and again, and not just income taxpayers, we raise that too on the so-called high earners, the people who invest in the job creation quite often. But we also raise taxes on that hit working people worst of all. So now we're here with a budget where, hey, great, we're not raising taxes, but we already are charging you a massive cover charge just to live in Maryland. So what this amendment does, and yeah, 5%, not easy to just say 5%. So you can throw up there's all kinds of things you can say, hey, well, this would cut this could cut that. Yeah, but we've got to start making some tough choices. We have to show people we're serious about fiscal responsibility and discipline. The taxpayers of Maryland have watched the news where they see audit after audit coming, and we're addressing some of those here, and we've been working on it in a bipartisan way, which we have. But they're watching that, and they're going, what am I paying for? So we're walking into this with this amendment. The idea is to say, let's have agencies find 5%, exclude public safety, but 5% would amount to about $527 million. And there are multiple taxes you could either scale back or eliminate that we just put in place if you did that. Or you could just save the money for next year. Again, this budget is growing significantly in the face of shortfalls or deficits next year. So I would say we should support this amendment, vote to make these tough cuts. But I got to be honest, 5% can't be the difference between, no, this is the perfect number, and disaster. I'm sorry, that's just not accurate. And we have to be serious about managing the state government. We are too large, and we're not efficient in a number of ways. So it leaves us in a situation where when we have people who really need it, who we all agree are people we should take care of from a taxpayer perspective, it leaves us having to scramble because we're not getting serious about a lot of other areas of state government where we really could pare back expenses. The state government's grown exponentially in the last several years. So, Mr. President, I support the amendment. I'm thankful for the opportunity to just speak on behalf of our taxpayers and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, question remains on the amendment. Is there any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 31 votes to the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize the senator from District 6 has an amendment.
Thank you,
will
Mr. President.
collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank our chairman and for this discussion and for everybody here on the floor in the Senate and for the discussion that we're having. A fair debate, and Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment, again, is very simple. It's an amendment that we've done almost every year, and it's a very simple amendment. I feel that our taxpayers and the people that I represent should not be paying for abortions. And that's what's going on. People in our state is paying for abortions, and this goes on and on. I believe that taxpayers and the burden that's here in the state already, that it has been a burden, that I believe it should not pay for these. And so this amendment clearly states that, Mr. President, and I believe this would help in some way remove some of the deficit as well, Mr. President. And so I move forward with this amendment, Mr. President, with a vote. Thank you.
All right, Senator moves the amendment.
If I could ask, Mr. President.
Yes,
ask the subcommittee chair.
yields to the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as stated, the amendment has been put forward for years, and for years we've made sure that we recognize that those that may not have private insurance, those that may be utilizing Medicaid, have the same type of opportunities and the same type of services that as someone that does have private insurance.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? Recognized Senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate being able to support this amendment. Budgets are about priorities, and as Maryland continues to increase accessibility of abortion by enshrining it in the Constitution, by allowing non-physicians to perform abortions, with the increased use of the abortion pills without supervision, there is a growing concern about coerced abortions. And again, whether you support abortion or not, many of our constituents do not want their taxpayer dollars used for abortion. And so when we look at some of the information about coerced abortions, there's concern about that increase, whatever the source might be. Some sources as high as 64% attributed to coerced abortions. According to the Maryland Department of Legislative Services, in 2025, state Medicaid abortion reimbursement funding was $11.3 million for 12,858 abortions. None of those qualified for federal funding as medically necessary to save the life of the mother, and less than 11 were cited for reasons for rape or incest. So if you start to think about those numbers, I think we have to be serious about how we're using our state dollars for Medicaid, Medicaid-paid abortions, with some of those being coerced abortions. What I wanted to raise today in this debate is, instead of using Medicaid funding for abortion, why don't we target it to address the rising maternal mortality rate in Maryland? And I know that some of you saw this article, Maryland lawmakers disheartened by persistent inequities in Black maternal health outcomes. And as a state with a prominent African American population, we should consider that African American women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women in the United States. From 2019 through 2023, Maryland has had a maternal mortality rate of 21 per 100,000 births across all races and ethnicities. But for African American mothers, the mortality rate was 30 deaths per 100,000 births. Again, budgets are about priorities. And rather than these dollars going for abortions, I believe that they should be focused on addressing the rising maternal mortality rate in Maryland, especially those of our African American women. So I support this amendment and urge a green vote.
Thank you, Senator. All right, any further discussion on the amendment? Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The noes have it. The amendment does not proceed. Further amendments. Yes, recognize the senator from the 37th District. 37th District has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is coming to the desk.
All right, it's on its way. One moment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this amendment basically states that no funds may be provided to a nonprofit organization through Section 1 of this act unless the nonprofit organization has been issued a letter of good standing by the Secretary of State. The nonprofit organization must provide a copy of the letter of good standing to any state agency from which it is requesting funding with each invoice. I don't have to go on, or maybe I do. I'm holding an article that I just pulled up from the Capital Gazette. It says 9,000 notices sent to delinquent Maryland nonprofits. This is something that's got a lot of attention. It is a significant issue. Whether blame be laid upon the government for not providing enough instruction to the nonprofits, or blame be driven to the nonprofits for sloppily running their financials and their organization, the mere fact that there is this wide scope of discrepancy and problems, and it's been noted, these are 9,000 notices sent by a state office, the Secretary of State. And what's most troubling about that is nothing has changed. There's nothing that has moved the way things are working. And the purpose of this amendment is to help guide and drive the way that nonprofit and the governments are interacting. And I hope that it would be considered a friendly amendment. It doesn't reduce funding in any way. It sets a guardrail that doesn't exist. I move the amendment and urge your favorable vote. Thank you.
Senators move the amendment. Mr. Florida.
And a roll call. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. It certainly is a friendly concept, and I appreciate the gentleman for bringing it forth and sharing it with me. It should be known, though, that with each ad this year that the Budget Committee made, we had staff check with the Secretary of State to make sure and ensure that it was, in fact, in good standing. So it is, I think it is certainly the right thing to do to check to ensure that they are in good standing. There are issues also related to financial statements that I think we want to delve into. I think the process at which you're talking about in terms of including something with each invoice is interesting, but I'd like to spend a little more time on this, Senator. I believe, and I am committed to seeing something in the budget that addresses this and addresses it completely. I would prefer to take the time to work it out through conference, as we discussed earlier. It is, as I said, we have already taken steps within the committee to deal with this issue, and I think the concept is a good one. I just want to make sure we get it right.
And I appreciate that very much.
Sorry, Senator has not yet been recognized. Are there any senators who have not yet spoken on the amendment who wish to speak? If not, return to the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I take the chairman at his word, and I appreciate his attention to this and the work that's been focused on this. And I'll actually withdraw my roll call with that assurance that we can work towards conference and maybe develop something out of this amendment, because I think I know the way a roll call will go. And the point of this isn't to just have the red and green up on the board, but is to actually get these guardrails in place. And I appreciate your support in getting us there. So thank you. So I'll withdraw the roll call request.
All right. Question remains on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. No. All right. The amendment fails in the ongoing conversation. Question will be on the further amendment. Recognized senator from District 7 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, one of the communities that's been hit most in this budget cycle is the disability community. And the Budget and Tax committees work very hard to try to do our best to restore as much as we can to them. And you know, both my subcommittee with the chair and the 3 other subcommittee members have worked, as well as the committee as a whole. And we've done our best, but unfortunately we haven't gotten everywhere that they need. Over the weekend, I've gotten a lot of calls, worked with the community, and I know that they worked over the weekend coming up with some, you know, what they could try to do best to accommodate what they need. And one of the concerns, and this deals with the self-directed care division of it, is how do they handle the wage cuts that they're dealing with. So what this amendment does is basically allows those families on self-directed services to choose how to spend their budgets rather than having to cut the wages, which I think the budget required them to do. This allows them to kind of manage it on their own, deal with it what they feel is best. So with that, I press the amendment, Mr. President.
All right, Senator has moved the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
So the senator is correct, obviously, and you've heard me say it a bunch of times. Not only have we worked very hard on this, we worked with the governor, with the House, with a whole group of advocates from both the provider side and the self-directed side. So as the self-directed side has grown over the last couple of years, there doesn't always seem to be complete understanding of the preferences of all. And so it's complicated by the fact that they're organizationally, they aren't sort of in the same place from a longevity standpoint as the provider side. But we've tried to incorporate people who have been outspoken in the discussions. What this amendment does, it strikes all of the component parts that relate to, on cost containment, that relate to self-directed. My concern is that, one, we've spent a lot of time on this and trying to get to the best possible solution, getting the best of the worst decisions, the worst scenarios. I think we've done a reasonably good job with that. I know we've done a reasonably good job with that. By doing this, you're really changing the entire dynamic of the situation. I don't think at this point in time, with the amount of work and not really having more specifics on how this would really be implemented, because we just don't know how it really would truly implemented, because we haven't had discussions like this. There was never a discussion about eliminating all the cost containment measures that relate to one side of the equation. So with that, Mr. President, I would suggest that we reject this amendment.
All right. Are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, recognize the senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll still push the amendment, but I have a feeling I know where it will go. But what I would ask the chairman is that as we move through the process, maybe we consider that as we work with the House and Conference Committee and see if we could possibly look at some of this as we move into the conference committee with the House.
I mean, I'm always going to keep my mind open, Senator.
Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, recognize the minority whip.
I just want to speak in favor of the amendment, and I appreciate the promise of looking at it more closely. Really think this might be a great way to bridge what's been a tough divide on this, is flexibility, trusting them as partners in the self-directed community. These are, most of us that have advocated to protect them have not, I've always said we knew there'd have to be some changes and cuts made in different places, but just trying to not have it fall so heavily on our DDA community in particular. And it seems like at times the self-directed community has felt targeted, not by the committee here or members here, but with the DDA system and process. And so just strongly support the amendment, and we'll be voting green.
All right.
Mr. President, if I
yes.
could ask the subcommittee chair, who has put an enormous amount of work on.
Yield to the subcommittee chair.
Yep, thank you. Just being able to learn from my leader. I just like to lean in, start by saying, like, at the end of the day, it's been a significant amount of work collectively as a body with the House and the second floor from that standpoint. I think that one of the pieces that also have to be lifted up, Mr. President, is that when we think about just the methodology, what was being pushed on us was that CMS was looking for a methodology in reference to how we actually do the respective wages. So bringing the methodology from family members, also thinking about the methodology of those that may be non-staff members, and how can we still be considerate in those actions that we take. A significant amount of thought went into this, a significant amount of time went into this, and a significant amount of respect just trying to figure out, like, how do you do it with precision with these most challenging, complex issues that we have in front of us. So I just wanted to lean back in and say the federal government was pushing on us with some level of methodology to come up with.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the Senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Subcommittee Chair and Mr. Chair. I wanted to recognize the conversation that we had earlier today in caucus. I, first of all, appreciate the fact that you gave us the background of how you have been working on the challenges with DDA over the years, but now it looks like a real focus on the challenges that are facing our self-directed families. And in our conversation, we talked about this is much more than a budget issue. This is about fixing a broken system. These individuals, their families, what they've had to endure with the process itself over the years is absolutely unacceptable. And I know that what I heard from our conversation and wanted to give you the opportunity to respond in public is that we have to, all of us together, the governor and his administration, the Senate, the House, working with the self-directed families and the DDA community, have to hit the system head on and reform it.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I mean, I think I addressed some of this earlier when I was sort of talking broadly about systems and things that need to be dealt with. But you are correct. The administration has committed to upgrading the financial team at DDA, as well as a couple other agencies within health. They've committed to bringing on actuary. Then we have all been working together and talk about, as I was mentioning earlier, taking advantage of our new world of machine learning and AI and our ability to learn from the enormous amount of data that we have on all the individuals who have provided supports. And those supports are, when you think about thousands of people who are receiving these supports and thinking that they're individualized programs and trying to create balance between all the different component parts, using analytics which we know are available, is going to be a big part of moving forward and keeping moving the department into a more efficient space.
May I ask a follow-up?
Sarah, may I proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. When you hear about chief financial officers and the actuarials, I guess I wanted you to also, if you could address that part of bringing them in and that expertise is to actually improve that whole process of applying the redeterminations and almost every barrier they face as they go through the process. Is that what those experts would be?
Sure.
Would they be
and
focused
yeah,
on that?
Yeah, and there's a whole nother, there's a consultant that also is going to be hired as part of all of that to work on those systemic changes. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Question remains on the amendment. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The noes have it. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 282 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. If we could get to layover calendar number 17. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 284, the President Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2026. Question is the adoption of the 34 committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the 34 amendments and the favorable committee report. As the chair is getting ready, just a couple logistical notes. I think the plan right now is going to be to get through this, and then we will probably pause after the BRFA. Once the BRFA is complete, we'll probably pause for the day. Committees will go back. We'll leave a lot of the second readers to tomorrow, so we'll have double sessions Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which means our second readers, we should be fine getting through. Committees will take up probably an extended session this afternoon, and then we'll see where we are as the week proceeds. So with that, let's go ahead and hear from the chair of the committee on the 34 amendments for the BRFA.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like the last one, we will proceed pretty much in the same way by reading sections and then moving forward on them. I'll ask members to hold any additional amendments until after the committee amendments have been considered. I would like to note that the amendments to the BRFA implement the committee's actions on the budget. And so with your permission, Mr. President.
Senator may proceed.
Okay. Amendments 1 through 6. Number 1 is technical. Anybody ask me a question on that? Number 2 and 3 strike language that would have eliminated and reduced mandates. Number 4 adds a provision to slow the expansion of Tier 1 full-day kindergarten eligibility. Strike number 5 strikes the language that would have reduced a mandate. Number 6 adds a provision to modify a mandate. Move the adoption of amendments 1 through 6.
All right. The chair has moved for the adoption of amendments 1 through 6. Any discussion of amendments 1 through 6? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 1 through 6 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Now 7 through 13. 7 modifies a provision to alter a funding formula for 3 years instead of permanently. Number 8 strikes a provision that would have reduced a mandate. Number 9 adds a provision that provides the Maryland Department of Health flexibility in determining the appropriate time period for record retention. Number 10 strikes a provision that would have level-funded local disparity grants. Number 11 strikes a provision that would have temporarily eliminated the mandate. Number 8 strikes a provision that would have expanded allowable uses of a fund. Number 13 adds a provision that would allow for the suspension of police aid following a determination that the county or municipality is not complying with certain state laws. Move the adoption of amendments 7 through 13.
All right. Question is on amendments. Senators moved amendments 7 through 13. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 7 through 13 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Okay, on amendments 14 through 20. 14, strikes a provision that would have reduced a mandate. 15, adds a provision that would allow certain funds to be used for non-capital projects. Number 16, strikes a provision that would have eliminated the requirement to print budget books. Number 17, expands the allowable use of the Fiscal Responsibility Fund in fiscal 2026 only. Number 18, reduces a mandated distribution to align with the appropriation in fiscal 2026 only. Number 19, modifies a provision to clarify allowable uses of the CEF related to the Power Plant Research Program and Higher Education Research Grant, and strike certain expansions. Number 20, make a technical change and authorizes a transfer due to over-allocated funds. Move adoption of amendments 14 through 20.
All right, the chair moves for the adoption of amendments 14 through 20. Any discussion? One would think the current budget secretary would have stricken amendment 16, but you know, we'll learn. On amendments 14 through 20, you recognize the minority leader?
Trying to.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. So that means we do get to continue to get the budget books.
We do.
All right. I think that's what everybody was waiting to hear today.
I'm sure everybody's very happy about that.
Going back again to the CEF fund, it mentions that there are new uses for the CEF fund that have to deal with the PPRP at DNR and a environmental review program. Those programs have been in existence. What is the rationale for using CEF funds for those two? It's just,
I mean, this is part of the administration's proposal, and for the review of the power plants. David. What's it? I mean, it saves general funds. That's the bottom line.
that's I was going to get.
That's the bottom line.
So essentially, instead of paying for general funds,
Yep.
these two programs
Yep.
can be paid for out of the Strategic Energy Investment
Yep.
Fund. And then on the following page, there's a number of strikeouts more specific to the compliance fees that are paid into the CEF funds. Those were they just all existing in the BRFA that have now been, I guess, reappropriated or reused somewhere else? Is that what's happening here?
We're trying to figure out where you are.
Page 32. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You're in the green document?
Yeah, 32. Yes.
Yes, so these are all you struck all these pages, and then you did your own ads. Most of them type the policy bill, not the
So, yes, these were all the ones that were stricken that are tied, that then the new ads that are tied to the policy bill, that they were stricken to make room for that.
Okay, so at the bottom of the page is the new ad that will have to do with the energy bill that's moving forward, the relief ad that's going forward, bill that's going forward. Okay, so all of those additional uses, the 70 million, 10 million, 5 million, 10 million, 25 million, they've all been taking out 42 million to the dedicated purpose account that we talked about that earlier. And then the big language is that all of that money that was there can now go to the new bill as that's potentially moving forward.
The 42 is the higher ed money,
Right.
which does stay.
Yeah, that's higher ed research grants related to this
Correct.
field. So, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, question remains on amendments 14 through 20. 14 through 20. Any further discussion on amendments 14 through 20? Recognize the minority whip.
Mr. President, I was trying to sort out which amendment this was, but we have an amendment dealing with immigration enforcement agreements.
That was in the last section.
That was the last section.
I mean, you could have amended it on that amendment with the provision that was here, but I think if you can just hold it to the end, I think you can still do it.
If there's another amendment.
No, I think there's going to be. I guess I was going to question, just to confirm. This is trying to say that if a county signs any kind of agreement with federal law enforcement of any kind, or just immigrations and customs enforcement?
As it relates to just the immigration, yeah? Yeah, just related to immigration, yeah.
If another federal agency they sign with was conducting some sort of immigration-related activities, which does happen from time to time, they're not going to be, would a county, this only applies if they sign an agreement with ICE.
That is my understanding.
So this amendment, I feel like we've had this debate before, but just to be clear,
have.
so this amendment will keep ICE from operating in Maryland, correct?
No.
No.
And you know that.
I do know that, and you know it, and everybody in this chamber knows it. This amendment will.
It just simply means that the law that we passed and the governor signed just a couple weeks ago, that provision about having a formalized signed agreement with ICE, you shouldn't be doing that. And if you do, then it puts funding in jeopardy.
Yeah, so this amendment, thank you. So this amendment, Mr. President, what it says is we don't want you to document or have a written transparent agreement with ICE. We prefer you to do about what several counties are doing, which is a shadowy agreement where we're working with ICE, but we're not exactly going to say how or why or how we select who we pick. And so it's just important to make this clear for the body that, and for the folks who have been following this issue that think that by passing a bill or putting in budget language that you're going to keep people from interacting with federal law enforcement. Just to be clear, we're going to see more activity, unfortunately, not less. I am curious if there's I suppose if courts take an act, if there's some sort of lawsuit and a court were to act, then this would be null and void if a court ruled that our law was not correct in some way and superseding the local law enforcement's ability to do what they'd like to do. I assume that would, just like it would strike a bill down, it would render this language null and void, or not necessarily?
Well, I mean, thankfully, I never followed my dream to become a lawyer, so I don't know. I don't know what provisions a judge could put forward.
Okay, all right. But that is clarity on this, so thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, question remains on amendments 14 through 20. Any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 14 through 20 are adopted. Question now, the Senator may proceed on the next set of amendments.
Okay, this is 21 through 26. 21 strikes provisions that would have redirected transfer tax revenues and fund balance to the general fund in fiscal 2027. 22 strikes a provision that would have repealed a mandated distribution of funds from the uninsured motorist penalty. 23 strikes a provision that would allocate program open space funds for the Jefferson Patterson Park and Museum. 24 adds a provision to modify the amount of authorized student loan debt relief tax credits in tax years 25 and 26 and alter the requirement date of the report. 25 authorizes transfers from two general funds to the general fund in fiscal 2026. 26 strikes a provision that would have delayed a certain application. Move adoption of the amendments 21 through 26.
All right, Chair moves to the adoption of amendments 21 through 26. Recognize the Senator from District 4 on amendments 21 through 26.
I actually have a separate question as soon as we ratify this.
On these amendments?
On the overall,
overall. After all of the amendments, or on these particular set?
The feed is down again, and I've got people texting me about the feed and during these important debates.
This feed is not down. Currently, right now, it is live broadcasting on the internal service. It's all been recorded. It is not on YouTube, but on the internal site, it is all being projected, and it will be uploaded in full after the debate onto YouTube.
Understood. I just think it's important that transparency is important, and I understand we're looking to do this later, but when I have constituents who are reaching out to me because this is something they're interested in, and they can't even access it while we're having this these live discussions. That's the whole idea behind this.
Just to
When
be
we
clear,
have-
it's right here, live.
That's
There's-
the internal one, but not the YouTube where people are watching from the outside.
No, that's outside. That's from the website. That's the webpage.
Okay, thank
It's an
you.
internal feed that is being then sent to an external feed.
General,
The internal way, just to be clear, it is an open meeting. It is an open meeting, regardless of whether or not anything is streaming. But it is streaming on the internal currently, which is on the MGA website, mgaledge.maryland.gov. That feed is then also sent separately to YouTube, of which is a separate feed service. That's a separate, additional.
I understand that, and it just came back up because it was down. It's been down for a little. I mean, I'm not making this up. I'm just pointing out. Now I see it's up. Now I can see, me on the screen again. But when I've got people reaching out that can't, that's a concerning
Just be
problem,
clear,
especially during this.
Sarah,
very
it's been
important issue.
streamed the whole time. I've been watching to make sure on all the screens that it is going. It's just not on the YouTube site.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Question remains on amendments 21 through 26. Any further discussion? Any objections to amendments 21 through 26? Without objection, amendments 21 through 26 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Okay, on amendments 27 through 34. 27 delays the effective date of 2025 legislation related to certain hotel taxes. 28 expands the allowable use of the Child Care Capital Support Revolving Loan Fund in fiscal 26 only. 29 reduces the amount of authorized transfer to the general fund. 30 modifies the fund from which a transfer to the general fund is authorized. 31 increases an authorized transfer to the general fund. 32 strikes a provision that would have authorized a transfer to the general fund. 33 reduces the amount of the authorized transfer to the general fund. 34 strikes a provision that would have prohibited rate increases for non-public placement providers. Move adoption of amendments 27 through 34.
All right. Question is, Senators move for the adoption of amendments 27 through 34. Any discussion of amendments 27 through 34? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 27 through 34 are adopted. Senator may proceed to the next set of amendments.
That's it.
Is that it? That's it. Okay. The amendments 1 through 34 have been adopted. Question now is on the favorable report as amended. On the favorable report. Recognize the Senator from District 1 on the report.
I have an amendment, Mr. President.
Just one moment, Senator. Do we have any discussion on the on the report, the amended report? Yes, recognize the Minority Leader on the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just again for the chairman, if we could go over a couple things on the report, please. And again, I'm on the greenback. I'm assuming that's the right.
Okay.
Page 13 deals with a number of appropriations to higher education institutions throughout the state. Is there a formula that dictates who gets what?
Yeah, these are just the appropriations from 27 to 29 for Salinger.
Right.
It's based on, I guess, the previous. Yeah, it's frozen at the 26 level, but it was based on an original formula.
And do we have requirements on what they use that money for?
No. Most of it gets used for scholarships, from what I understand from listening to them.
Okay. It's interesting when you look at the number of institutions there and some of them, and I'll point out one. I mean, Johns Hopkins University is getting $20 million, and they have over $13 billion endowment. Why do we think that it's necessary that a university with a $13 billion endowment gets $20 million?
I mean, historically, and of course, none of us were there at the time when the Selinger Fund was adopted, but they fit the definition of non-public, and that's why they're there.
But at that type of level, I mean, is it based on?
Well, they're significant. Right. I mean, it's based on the enrollments, right, it fits the size, right?
It just, again, as we're looking at a lot of different
Yeah, but.
spending requirements, it's
Yeah,
just,
yeah, I mean, but they, like everyone else in this program, are being frozen, cut.
are being what?
Frozen or cut, if you will.
I just noticed the number again, and you know,
Yeah.
they've been in the news a lot lately, and you know, made you look, and it's got a $13 billion endowment, and then it just seems as though we are making some significant cuts throughout the state to see that money go forward. That
You might want to give them a call.
I'm sure they're going to call me, to be honest. You think they are?
It's a good guess.
Yeah, that's a good guess. They have been. Going back to I think it was section 7, back here at the end.
What page?
53.
Transfers to the general fund or other transfers?
Yes, sir.
And again, I know it's been talked about a lot because it's a fund that has, I think, almost $1 billion of it in there when we started this year, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. This, in items 1 and 3, takes a combined $292 million out of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund and just simply puts it to the general fund?
These, of course, were decisions that in the governor's budget to balance the budget. These were not changes that we made.
That's correct, but I'm just making sure I read this because you
That's
didn't
correct.
bring it, you
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
bring it up, so I assumed that
Yep.
it was not an amendment, but
Right.
the governor is taking almost $300 million out of an energy fund for the general fund.
That is correct.
So earlier when we talked about a number of different changes on what the Strategic Energy Investment Fund could be used for, I think we had 2 different categories that we added. Is moving that money to the general fund just assumed that that's a use for that money? Or do we have to designate that you're allowed to take money out of?
He has the authority to do that.
He has authority to do that, okay. And then finally, there were 2 other interesting funds that, I think it was Program Open Space and, what else is here? Bay Restoration Fund and Program Open Space. Bay Restoration Fund was $70 million was taken out of that.
Yeah, the Bay Restoration's easy. That's just a different way of handling the same amount of money. That it's not reducing the programmatic aspect of it. It ends up coming through the capital budget.
Through GEO bonds, is that right?
Yes,
But GEO bonds creates debt, right?
it does.
So does it then cost us more money to give out that same $70 million?
Sure.
Okay, and so the rationale for that, again, is just to plug a current year revenue shortfall with $70 million?
We make these kinds of moves all the time.
Okay.
Every year.
But going
Different
back
kinds
to
of moves in different years.
right, but going back to what you said earlier, the program can still operate. It just operates with a different funding mechanism, right?
Correct.
Just
Correct.
instead of giving the cash out to do it, the state takes on the debt and still gives the cash out to the grantee.
I suppose the land is used as security, isn't it? No. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. All right, recognize the minority whip on the favorable report as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the chairman, to Mr. Chairman, on page 31 of the green back, actually page 30 and 31, it's on the C fund. There's some changes to the language, adding in and to strengthen the state's climate mitigation, climate resiliency to fuel Maryland's future prosperity is added into, in new language, not amendments, but new language. The purpose of the program, CEEF, is to decrease energy demand and increase energy supply to promote affordable, reliable, and clean energy. And now we've added in to strengthen the state's climate mitigation, climate resiliency to fuel Maryland's future prosperity. That looks like new language, although I think there was something about climate in the CEEF explanation originally.
So are we using capital or not?
It's just cash. It's just cash for cash.
It's just a general fund swap, cash for cash.
Okay. There is new language on page 31. We have that the administration shall use the fund. There's some things that they already do in current law, like air and radiation. This adds in language about a power plant research program to help fund the review of applications for public convenience and necessity associated with power plant construction. It sounds great. We need more of that. Then this next one is the environmental review program within DNR. It would be funded to support the review of natural resource impacts of proposed development projects on state and private lands. I assume that's energy development projects?
So that just refers to federal requirements of review.
So it helps to pay for meeting the federal requirements of review. Okay, good. So that's helping to streamline. That's great. That's actually good news. And then the next page had a usage that I thought was interesting of the C fund. It struck out. There were some listed some listed funds that have been struck, but it says that we are going to allow $42 million to the dedicated purpose account to be made available for higher education research grants. And the amendment says in any research field and not limited to energy-related research. Is that still the C fund on page 32?
Yes.
Why is it saying we're going to take CEEF money for things that aren't energy related?
Yeah. So the federal government has hit us hard in lots of ways with various grants and programs. One of the hardest hit was medically related. And so it was the committee's belief that we should give the chancellor and the other research institutions, Morgan, the ability to place the money where it was most needed to do the most good, to basically backfill in areas that are really troubling that we lost funding from. And so they have the authority now, the leadership in the various universities, to determine where best it should be used.
Are they are they going to report back to us on how that money is used?
I don't know if we put a report. We didn't put a reporting content in there, but it's a reasonable request, and I'll send a letter.
Well, thank you. Can I ask then? So let me just be clear. So it's $42 million. The C fund is funded by ratepayer dollars. It's fines that utilities pay and pass on to ratepayers. They pay for things we've set artificially, goals, not meeting goals that we've set artificially. We've chosen some goals, and we kind of just picked them, whether we can reach them or not. They pay fines. Ratepayers pay those fines. So this is $42 million that's, and I understand the desire to want to replace health funding, but this is supposed to be energy efficiency, affordability.
Yeah, no, it's understood, but as you pointed out, and it's no secret that part of the money was used just in general funds in general, right, as you've pointed out. I would not have ever suggested this had we not seen those really unfortunate and painful cuts that the federal government handed down, that the Trump administration handed down. So it wouldn't even come up as an issue, but it is an issue. And in some cases where human life and medical testing is of significance and people's well-being is in trouble. So, I mean, I don't see any reason why, in the grand context of everything we're doing, why we wouldn't be thinking that way for something like this.
So it seems, thank you for the answer. It seems to me then we've essentially created an energy tax with the C fund because we're having ratepayers fill the fund up with fines that they pay because we've set these goals. And again, we sort of picked these goals. There's not really a lot of, there's science behind we'd like to get to total energy independence and totally renewables, but there's no science behind whether we can really hit these goals. And now we take the money that ratepayers have paid into this fund, and we've been dipping into it constantly for different things, but generally it's had some sort of tangential relation to energy. But now the governor's taking a lot of money to balance the budget with it. We're doing this, which, understand if you're taking money for the general fund, I guess why not do this? How is this not just another tax on Marylanders?
Yield to the chair of the committee.
Several misstatements. With my good friend, the minority whip. The alternative compliance payments, which you keep saying are ratepayer money, that is not accurate. Under our renewable portfolio standard, the way it works, and I know you're familiar, having served on the Finance Committee when energy was there, it's the energy supplier under the RPS who's not meeting the percentage requirements of the RPS are required to pay a penalty. And if that money was not paid by the utility, by the supplier as an alternative compliance penalty, that money is not ratepayer money. That is money that would, if it were not paid in a penalty, would be in the retail supplier, or the energy supplier's coffers back in home base. And so I think it's a threshold misstatement to say that the alternative compliance penalty payments paid by the energy suppliers is ratepayer money. I think that's simply not accurate. And then that fund, from the beginning, the genesis was, as has been discussed, because there's a synergy. They're paying the penalty because they did not procure power from renewable energy projects and sources, and therefore that alternative compliance payment is to be redeployed, at least the intent, for renewable energy projects, but it's not ratepayer money.
Okay.
I think that's a threshold misstatement. This is coming from the coffers of the energy supplier for not meeting the RPS obligations.
Mr. President, if I could continue the dialogue here, that's fascinating because the utilities pay, number one, they're paying these alternative compliance payments because we created, or to be more specific in some cases, RGGI, this interstate commerce, this interstate pact with several other northeastern states that are gouging their consumers. We created this fund, this artificially high target because we have this belief that if we somehow could get to total 100% net zero in 10 or 15 years that we'll save the planet. But put that aside for a minute. To say that it's not ratepayer money, I literally Googled who pays alternative compliance payments in Maryland, and it tells me, well, first the payers are load-serving entities, including investor-owned utilities. While utilities make the payment, these costs are often passed on to customers through specific line items on their monthly energy bills, such as renewable compliance charge. So to say that ratepayers are not paying into the C fund is just not correct. I mean, it's not. And we can say it's a good fund, or the goals are great, or maybe the world is going to end in 10 years if we don't go dark and go totally green energy. We can have that discussion. But to say it's not ratepayer money and it's not an energy tax is just not accurate. It is an energy tax on Marylanders, and now it's not even going to lower people's energy prices or to make us more energy efficient. A bunch of this money is just going to the general fund to balance the budget or to give health grants for health research, which nothing wrong with health research. But I mean, what are we doing? We got people literally can't afford electricity versus food, and it's just, we got to stop doing this. This is another tax. We're saying we don't have any tax increases in this budget. This is a tax. I mean, we're taking the money that's supposed to go for this kind of stuff, and we're just saying, yep, it's a slush fund for us to grab from. Mr. President, I don't know what else to say. We need to change how we're doing business on this C fund. It's literally taking money from ratepayers, and now it's not even, so even when they get some relief, it's just handing them some of their own money back. We need to end this practice.
All right, question is on the adoption of the favorable report as amended. Any further discussion? If not, any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. We have amendments to the bill or the title. Recognized Senator from District 1 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, let's see, 2926. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to present this amendment to repeal the annual vehicle registration fee increases enacted under the BRFA of 2024 and expanded in 2025. At a time when Maryland families and businesses are already under significant financial pressure, these fees increases have created real and growing hardship, both for commercial operators and everyday non-commercial drivers across our state. For working families, a vehicle is not a luxury. It's a necessity. It's how parents get to work and how they take their children to school. It's how they access health care and how they put food on the table. Increasing annual registration fees may seem modest on paper, but in reality, it is yet another recurring cost layered onto the rising prices of fuel, insurance, housing, and groceries. For many Marylanders, especially those in rural and working class communities, these increases are not easily absorbed. They force difficult trade-offs. The burden is equally, if not more, severe to our commercial drivers and small businesses, contractors, farmers, delivery operators, and trucking companies rely on fleet vehicles to operate. These are not, I repeat, these are not optional expenses, but are tools of the trade. When the state increases registration fees across multiple vehicle classes, the cost multiplies quickly. The result of higher operation costs, reduced competitiveness, and in many cases, higher prices are passed onto the consumers. Simply put, this policy is a regressive cost increase and is disproportionately impacts those who can least afford it, while doing little to account for the economic realities faced by Marylanders today. Now let me be clear. Transportation infrastructure is crucially important. We all support safe roads and reliable bridges, but we also must ensure that how we will fund these priorities is fair, transparent, and does not place undue strains upon the residents and job creators. This amendment restores balance. It does roll back the increases that have outpaced the ability of Marylanders to pay, and it reaffirms our responsibility to be a thoughtful steward in both our taxpayers and dollars and taxpayer burden. Colleagues, this is about affordability and it's about fairness. It's about standing for the people we represent, families that are trying to make ends meet and help businesses trying to stay afloat. I respectfully ask for a favorable vote and request a roll call, Mr. President.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to strongly urge the body to resist this. This amendment would take $255 million out of the Transportation Trust Fund. Now, we have projects all over the state, in every jurisdiction across the state. And the gas tax revenues are not covering all the costs to ensure those projects are built. You know, there are projects that are on the list right now that we'd like to see done, even though certain maybe regions of the state don't cover the costs with their their contribution to things like the Transportation Trust Fund. For instance, we could easily see, with this kind of significant cut to the budget, possibly not doing 81 or 15 or any number of projects anywhere across the state. I don't think that that's what we'd like. I don't think anyone here, we want to have our safety, our transportation system safe for everyone, everywhere across the state. Rural areas, urban areas, and this would put a huge hole in that plan that we've already worked through. So I would resist this amendment.
All right, on the amendment, recognize Senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of my colleague here from Western Maryland in regards to this amendment. I appreciate the chairman's remarks about some projects, particularly projects in Western Maryland. And at the same time, though, I think that when we talk about transportation, we talk about the funding. What we really need to talk about is how we're funding all the different modes of transportation. Because when we talk about the Transportation Trust Fund and we talk about the allocation of those funds and the projects that they go to, the majority do not go to roads, bridges, and highways. The majority go to the other modes of transportation. And so we can talk about this $200-some million may go to some of these projects. They just as may go to some of these other projects. And I think the bigger conversation, which I respect and understand the conversation we've had in our committee, of how do we fund all these other modes. And so with that, I think it's not accurate to say that this cut would affect those particular road projects, because that would be determined as far as what the best possible path forward would be, because there are many different opportunities where those cuts could be made. And a majority of those cuts, I think, would be made or should be made in some of the areas where a majority of those funds are already being spent. So again, I support the amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, any further discussion of the amendment? Senators request a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll. Has everyone, whoops, sorry. I think we hit the wrong button. Strike the amendment. Clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. I hit the wrong red button. All right, with 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize the senator from District 1 as another amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have another bite at the apple.
All right, give us just a moment. Get it up there. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just please remember some of the debate that had just happened on the amendment I had just proposed, and I think this amendment will address those concerns. Mr. President, I rise to offer a common sense amendment that ensures transparency, accountability, and fairness how we use the transportation dollars collected from Maryland drivers. You see, this amendment establishes the State Highway Administration Roads and Bridges account within the Transportation Trust Fund. It does one simple but important thing. It ensures that the new revenue generated from increases in the vehicle registration fees that are paid by motorists and truck operators who rely on our roads every day, are used for the intended purpose, roads and bridges. Currently, the Transportation Fund supports a wide variety of priorities. In fact, approximately 1/3 of the fund, about 30%, is directed to mass transit, including systems like the Maryland Transit Administration. Now, that investment is important, and nothing in this amendment changes or reduces the commitment to transit. But when we are asking Marylanders to pay to register their cars and trucks, they reasonably expect that those dollars should be going to improve the highways and bridges that they use every day to get to work, move goods, and support our economy. This amendment guarantees that outcome. By creating a dedicated account within the Transportation Trust Fund, we ensure that all new revenue from registration fees increased is deposited into the State Highway Administration Roads and Bridges account and used exclusively by the Maryland State Highway Administration for roads, bridges, construction, repair, and maintenance. It's about keeping faith with our taxpayers. It's about making sure that when we say a fee increase is for infrastructure, it actually goes to infrastructure. And it's about addressing the very real needs we have across our state: aged bridges, deteriorating roads, services, and yes, increasing traffic. This amendment does not take away from transit. It does not disturb the existing funding formulas. It simply ensures that any new money raised for drivers is reinvested in the system for those drivers who depend on it. Colleagues, this is very straightforward, it is transparent, and it is a reasonable approach. I respectfully ask for a favorable report and a roll call, Mr. President.
All right, Senators, move the amendment. Let's go and check with the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real quick, first, just in the context of what was said in the past amendment, just want to make it clear, it wasn't my intent to suggest that 81 and 15 were the only ones that could be vulnerable under these circumstances. Just so happens that that's where this amendment is coming from, so I mentioned that just to keep that in mind. This amendment does not ensure what I believe the maker of the amendment intends. Functionally speaking, this amendment wouldn't work to do what you're asking, in the sense that monies could still be moved around in other parts of the transportation budget to, if someone wanted to use all that money for transit. There's no logical way to control that unless you make a statement across the entire budget. The amendment is, I understand the intent, but I don't think it would accomplish the goal. The department still would have all the authority to do what it needs to do to keep things in the posture that it would like to keep it. I don't think it does what it says it will do. There is no guarantee that it locks up a certain type of money for certain, it locks up that money for a certain period, but it doesn't talk about the bigger part of the budget that can be moved around easily into other directions. So with that, I would suggest that we, other than the fact that I don't think it's necessary, I would ask that we resist this.
All right. On the amendment, further discussion. Recognize the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. I think it's a very good solution to, unfortunately, not accepting the previous amendment of reducing the rates and bringing them back to where they were just 2 years ago. I think outside of energy costs, if you're talking to your constituents, the biggest concern that they have with what's going on in Maryland has been their registration fees. I mean, I hear it almost every single day I talk to somebody. If it's not about their electric bills, it's about the cost of registering their vehicles. And yet they all expect, and reasonably so, that that money would be going to fixing roads and bridges. That makes sense. If you're paying higher registration fees, in fact, we're paying the highest registration fees in the entire area. Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, West Virginia, all surrounding states all have much lower registration fees, and some require just a registration fee to be just that, a one-time fee. Not every single year. You register your vehicle, you get license plates. You're registered. You don't need to do this every year, but we've used this as a tax. We've used this to get more and more money into our Transportation Trust Fund, which it needs, but at the same time, I think it needs to go to a dedicated use. And when we're paying the highest registration fees in the region, the highest gas taxes in the region, yet to watch the condition of our roads and how bad they are right now, That's not what people are expecting when they pay these fees. The problem is, and Mr. Chairman, you alluded to it, is that we have massive expenses for mass transit that are not addressed. We're one of the only states that has 2 major mass transit systems and no dedicated funding for either of those. And so guess what? They're funded off the backs of motorists and drivers in the state. That's why we have the highest registration fees. That's why we have the highest gas tax, so we can fund these 2 mass transit systems. That's not the way that these systems should work. And we've known about this for years and years and years, and we haven't done anything to fix that. I think this is a good example, whether it's written exactly right or not. The intent is there to set up a fund within the TTF that says this money that's coming in goes to fix roads and bridges and our highways. That makes sense. And as we're going forward, if the language needs to be changed as we're going through budget negotiations, then that can be done. We've seen that happen. But there's no reason why we shouldn't have the people in Maryland that are paying these high registration fees to expect that the money is going to what their intended uses are. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask that we vote favorably on the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there further amendments to the bill or Senate? Recognized senator from District 7 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, last year in committee, we looked at historic tags. And the discussion we had was the law used to be 20 years. You know, it was 20 years really historic. The thought was to make it older. And I think in the process, it kind of got lost in the law. And if you look at the amendment, it took away the actual number of years, and it just left in there the model year of 1999. So basically, moving forward with the current law, every car, the only historic would be anything that was made before 1999. So as much as you love the car you just bought, it will age. You know, it's not Benjamin Buttons, and it won't have the youthfulness that it has now, and it will eventually age out. So the idea was, hey, they should at least have some type of historic nature to them moving forward. So the idea was we were going to move it from 20 years to 25. And that's what this amendment does, what I think was the thought of last year. And just so you know, this would take effect next year, so FY28, so it would take effect July 1st, 2027. So with that, Mr. President, I move favorable on this amendment.
Senator moves the amendment. Check with the floor leader.
I'm glad most of you are sitting down. We'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
All right, it's a friendly amendment. All right. Any objections to the amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. All right. Recognize the minority whip has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Mr. President, I'm excited to offer an amendment that has wide bipartisan support. And I can guarantee you, if you talk to your constituents, they would say, let's do it. It's honestly something that really it's a no-brainer. My amendment would repeal the Vehicle Emissions Inspection Program, known as VEIP, that is jointly administered by the MVA and the MDE and jointly hated by everyone in your district. And I'm going to tell you why it's hated. First of all, last year, our General Assembly in the BRFA, without really a public hearing on the one policy, on this specific policy, more than doubled the biannual fee or the once every 2-year fee of $14 to $30. That's per car every 2 years. It's not, so it was doubled. Why? Well, we needed to find the numbers to make the budget work. It wasn't doubled because the cost of the program, we weren't covering the cost of the program. No, the fee just increased the profits that the program is getting. The program cost about $20 million to the state to administer. Those stations and the properties that the state owns and the people it employs to run the program, it's about $20 to $21 million. And we bring in about now, with the doubling of this fee, more than doubling it, we bring in about $50 million. So this does, quote unquote, cost $30 million, but we're getting rid of an obligation, and it's something that, it's not just the $30 every 2 years per vehicle. It's also the time value of people many times having to go a significant distance, depending on where you live in the state, to go and wait in line. If you get to the emissions tester, and your car has anything going on with it that causes the check engine light to come on, you're going to fail. You got to go figure that out. Here's the deal. The failure rate, or the no pass rate, is under 7% in this program. It's about a 94% success rate, give or take a percentage. And of that 6%, almost basically functionally nobody is failing because their emissions are too high. There's a few, but very like older vehicles. Cars are manufactured specifically for many, 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 many years to not fail. The only time people fail is if they have something else wrong with their car. And I'm going to tell you what that ends up being. A lot of times that's working class, lower income people who are driving to survive at their job, and they've got a check engine light on. And here's what happened. When the fiscal note for the bill that I had told me that of that $30 million profit, most of that profit is fines and late fees. And I think we know who's generally paying that. It's not the upper middle class guy that has time to go do that. It is working class people. So this amendment would get rid of that program and that fee. And again, they're going to tell you it cost about $30 million, but here's the deal. It's getting rid of an obligation. We figure something else out about, it's not cleaning the air anymore. So the program doesn't do what it says anymore. Nobody fails, but we're charging people $30 every 2 years and making them go drive, by the way, somewhere to go get their thing tested. So, Mr. President, I would move this amendment. I'm assuming it's going to be a friendly amendment because it's such a good idea and it's such a broad bipartisan policy that your constituents will be incredibly thankful, because it's not about the $30 really. It's about showing respect for people's time. And so, Mr. President, I would move the amendment.
All right. Senators move the amendment. Let's hear from the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look, this is a policy that was came from the fact that Maryland was severe, I think it still is, severe air quality attainment area. And I know this because I worked on it decades ago. What I would say, though, that policy that was developed at that time and then amended and changed over the years in different ways in which the Veep is operated is a policy. And to try to change or eliminate that without the full examination of the implications of that policy, I think would be wrong. So I would suggest that we not take this amendment and that we look for a bill. And when the committee, whatever committee is assigned to, decides what to do with it, then maybe we can talk again. But from a budget standpoint, this isn't the appropriate place to make a sweeping sweeping change to policy.
All right. On the amendment, recognize Senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. If we really want to help out, I think, but the maker of the amendment, the low-income people, but the middle class. When's the last time we really did something great for the middle class? We have an opportunity to do that now. We see it's a burden, and I think We have, and our manufacturers have done some wise things and made cleaner vehicles and made things more acceptable, I guess you can say, in our community. I believe you're right, Mr. Chairman. I say, Mr. President, to Mr. Chairman, you're right. Maybe we can stop this for 5 years and do a study and check and see how well we do. I think it's an opportunity that we can move forward and find ways, again, where we can help our middle class, see how well we're doing, and then go from there. Let's help out people in our state. This is one good way where we can benefit our constituents by eliminating this, and then do a bill and do a study. I think it's a great idea. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Any senators who have not yet spoke wish to speak? If not, Maker the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call on this, and just to respond to the question about clean air quality, it is why it was put in place. But the very report that I'm quoting that gave me the 6% figure of failure rate also came out in 2023 and said our air quality is now fantastic. We consider it to be improved dramatically. And so I'm saying let's declare victory and get out of this program. And we have peace with honor with Veep. I'm trying to use all my war. I'm very serious, though, in saying that we could eliminate this program, and I think it would send a very powerful signal. But just to be very clear, we are now at a point where we've won on that. There may be other issues, but we've won on this one. And I just ask for a roll call and strongly support the bill. But if it fails, I'll remember the firm commitment here to try to fix this for the future. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, if there's no further discussion, clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. All right, recognized senator from District 2 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. While that's being passed out, would you mind just a couple quick questions for the floor leader?
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. Last year, during last year's budget process, we offset or unloaded, whatever you want to call it, some of the pension costs to our locals. And I guess, can you just remind the body what we did last year as far as the amount, the percentage that we sent down to the locals, as well as that dollar amount?
Last year, it amounted to $98 million.
$98 million. And the percentage was enough. So I guess let me rephrase the question. So last year,
if you like, I can give you the whole rundown.
Please go right ahead. Thank you.
So last year it was $98 million. This year represents $39 million. Moving from last year to this year as a percentage of state commitment to this area, we went from 74% to 72%. So a 2% change in the state's commitment for these costs.
But 72% now is being picked up by the locals when previously. Go ahead.
72% is our percent.
Right.
Last year it was 74% was our percent.
But before last year,
so it goes down. To your point.
Went down just a little bit, but
yeah.
I guess my whole point here is, prior to last year's BRFA and this year's BRFA, the state share of the pension, there was not that offset to the counties, as much as we're doing here now. Like we put 50% around about last year, now we're doing another 50% this year. Is that fair?
The offset also has to be taken in consideration of all the other things that go on in the budget, including the fact that this year we did not take the disparity loss that was spread across a number of counties, primarily Prince George's and Allegheny, as you recall.
No, and I do appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I know that my predecessor will be very, very happy to hear the dialogue on disparity grants here, especially here today. So, well, thank you for answering those questions, Mr. President. On the amendment here, the amendment here is pretty simple. It basically strikes the provision for this continued unfunded mandate down to our locals in regards to the teacher pensions. We often have a lot of talk in this chamber and from this administration of the mandates and the costs are being pushed down from the federal administration here to the states. This is the exact same thing we're doing to our local counties. And so with that, I would ask for a roll call and press the amendment. Thank you.
Senator moves the amendment. Mr. Floor Leader.
This is another critical part of our budget to make everything balanced. So I would ask that we reject it.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 28 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Recognizing the senator from Frederick, District 4 has an amendment. Page will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Nice.
All right, sir, may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the amendment before you today would remove the language relative to basically penalizing our counties or municipal governments for doing their sworn oath to enforce the laws of our country, to uphold the Constitution of our country and the laws therein. Whether we individually like it or not, Section 8 of the United States Code, subsection 1325, is a federal law making it a criminal offense for non-citizens to enter the United States without authorization. It covers that unauthorized entry, and when we have that influx of illegal immigration into our communities, we've seen the outcomes, especially in this state, of what can happen. We've seen mothers murdered. We've seen what happens when we, as a law enforcement community, fail to act and work with our federal partners. This is a bad part of this agreement where we are now going to add in language that we're going to penalize counties monetarily for doing their sworn duty to uphold the law, to work with our federal partners. We're going to penalize them for doing their job to keep our communities safe by taking money away from them. I'm just puzzled by this. It's baffling to me. Because I'm almost very positive that this policy, on top of the policy that we've already passed relative to the 287G program, will deem us a sanctuary state, thereby making us targets for less federal funding. The money lost for working with our federal law enforcement partners of enforcing the laws that are written, I just don't understand the wisdom in that, because I don't think there's any wisdom in it at all. I mean, it's almost ridiculous to me to think that we need to add this language into this legislative matter, into this budget, this BRFA, to say that if there's a written agreement which then codifies the process, which standardizes the questions that can be asked, we've already taken those written agreements away. But we have counties that are going to work in the shadows of agreements because it's unpopular in some of their counties, in some of these districts. But overwhelmingly, we've seen proper enforcement, relationships that matter, and safe transition of those that are arrested for a different offense in this state, and then held accountable by being transferred over to our federal partners. I mean, I wasn't going to really say anything about this other part, but if we're going to do something as reckless as this and endanger our communities, what if there's not even an actionable item in here that says, okay, if these local sheriffs who are sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States and that of Maryland and the laws therein, if we're not going to support them, at what point, where does that stop? Because if we write it in here and those sheriffs who are entrusted with this enforcing the laws in our communities, protecting our communities, if they're successful in a lawsuit against the state, this would make it still a punishment for doing something that's been deemed legal, because we're codifying this in a BRFA to take money away from them. So we're still punishing them. I think this part of this bill is completely unnecessary. It's a lot of unnecessary virtue signaling that is not okay. And I mean, I just wonder where this body's going to stop. Are we next going to say, you know what, we don't like our troops being a part of Epic Fury, so we're going to start handing down punishments to the guardsmen that are protecting our country? I just don't understand the ridiculousness of this specific part of this BRFA, in that we're going to punish those that take an oath to protect us all by putting this language in there, even in the event that it's overturned by the courts, with no provision to allow them to do their job to work with our federal partners. It is their job. And with that, Mr. President, I would move the amendment and I would ask for a roll call.
All right, Senators, move the amendment. Check with the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll ask the body to resist this amendment. I believe the maker of the amendment is correct in that we want our law enforcement to obey the laws, all laws, including the law we just made. And all we're doing in this amendment, or this portion of the bill, is requiring that law enforcement lives to that. It is my personal interpretation, not being a lawyer, and who knows where the courts will take all of this, that all those things that the maker of the amendment is concerned about in terms of the members of law enforcement living to the law and enforcing the law are all well within their ability to do. All this suggests is that the law that we made just a couple of weeks ago that they must abide by is one that they do not have a formalized agreement. They can still accomplish a lot of things and work with ICE and do the things that they feel that are necessary based on their individual jurisdictions. But in terms of the law we passed, I believe it is just one of many laws that they need to enforce.
All right, on the amendment, if there's no further discussion, clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? We should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes to the negative, the Senator's amendment fails. There are further amendments to the bill or its title. Recognize the Senator from the 35th District has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the Senator's amendment. All right. right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is say we're going to pay off our Empower debt before we fund any new or expanded renewable energy programs or activities. Just like in our households, we know if we have big debt, sometimes we want to get that paid off before we think of another major purchase. So this amendment kind of falls in that same line. And this amendment does a few other things. It would reduce long-term costs for our ratepayers. As we know, Empower Maryland programs are tied to our utility bills. If we pay down that debt, less interest builds up and lower long-term costs will be realized for Maryland residents. It also keeps the fund focused on our energy priorities, and we could use it to reduce our energy-related debt. It also keeps the money aligned with its original purpose and avoids it being used as a general purpose fund. You know, before we spend this money elsewhere, look at new programs or expanding programs, we should first pay off this debt. It will reduce costs to our Maryland ratepayers, and I know my office phone rings all the time with concerns of those high bills. This is one way we can address this very quickly when this budget goes into effect. I think this is a smart move, and I would like to move the amendment and request a roll call vote. Thank you.
All right, senators, move the amendment. Chair yields to the Chair of Education, Energy,
Yeah,
and
thank you, Mr. President. Well, two things. There's a bill on the floor in the House right now. They're in second reader. We have a package we're working on that does something very similar in terms of the Empower program reform to reduce rates. The bill, I think, that will ultimately be here as part of a package, I think does it, it's a little bit more nuanced and refined, and ultimately I think actually takes rates down even further than what this amendment would do. I would also, though, make this point that the way the amendment is drafted, it particularly cites, it's directed to a portion of the Empower surcharge that deals with the Environmental Trust Fund, which is specifically a fund that's the way several of our agencies are funded. They fund programs specifically designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera, and low and moderate income programs. So the way the amendment is drafted is taking aim at those programs, and as I said earlier, we are attacking this with our own Empower reform in the package that's rolling. So for all those reasons, I don't think this is necessary, but I also think the way the amendment's drafted is, maybe unintended, is attacking some of the programs, again, particularly dealing with low, moderate income folks and helping them pay their bills. And this would cut into that as well on top of everything else. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I'd urge the body to put a red vote on the board. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, is there any further discussion on the amendment? If not, the clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there further amendments to the bill or its title? Recognize the minority leader has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our last one over here. I rise to offer this amendment to repeal Maryland's 3% tax on technology services. As you all remember, last year, in the midst of the $1.6 billion in new tax increases, this policy was enacted with the expectation that it would raise over $500 million. But as we've seen, the actual results are telling us a very different story. The first half of the fiscal year, collections were only $35 million. And as a result, the comptroller has already revised the annual expectations to about $110 million. So this was not a minor shortfall, but actually a fundamental miss, and confirms what we had talked about very much during the debate, that the businesses would not simply absorb this tax. And we've seen what they've done is they've essentially responded very rationally by restructuring contracts. They shifted procurement out of state, and they have, in some cases, chose to locate elsewhere altogether. So the reality of taxing a highly mobile sector of this economy shows that they will move, and that was very evident in what the numbers came back. So what do we have left? We have a tax that's generating a fraction of what it was promised, a policy that's distorting business decisions, and a growing signal that Maryland is becoming a very difficult place to invest. Mr. President, when a tax performs this far below expectations, it creates an unintended economic consequences. And the responsible course of action is to correct it by repealing it. So with that, Mr. President, I ask that we move forward on this amendment and request a roll call.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is correct that the IT tax has not been yielding what was anticipated. However, it is a part of the structural long-term solution to what we are all dealing with every year. And removing that would cost, over the course of time, billions of dollars. Now, you are correct, again, that it didn't yield what we thought. You're making a lot of assumptions. A lot of assumptions have been made about why or how the money was not collected. And I think there are lots of reasons, including ones that you didn't mention, or that weren't mentioned, excuse me, simply trying to understand it before payments were being made, making sure that they were getting it correct. There could be a lot of reasons. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, it is a consequential part of our revenue stream, even at what will amount to probably around half of what was expected to come in the long term. So I would ask that we not put a hole in our budget, not in a hole in our budget this year, and the next year, and many years to come. So I would ask that you resist this amendment.
All right, on the amendment, recognize the minority whip.
Mr. President, briefly, we really need to, in this state, be very aware of the death spiral that we're seeing in some other places in the country. And I think we may be experiencing a little bit here, symptoms of it. You raise taxes significantly to do a variety of things. The higher taxes drive out the job creators, the investors, or a large percentage of them, meaning that you get less revenue than you planned. You end up with a situation where you don't have the tax base that you need, so you keep having to create newer taxes, and you get to a point where you have deficits because you're not getting the revenues you need, and your choice is, do we raise more taxes or do we cut spending dramatically? And a lot of times in states that are, frankly, bluer, they just keep trying to raise the taxes until finally something happens and they have to make a change. This is not blowing a hole in the budget. At most it's a $10 million hole right now. I understand there could be more money coming in the future. This is a job-killing tax. It's not what we ought to do. It literally targets the main industry we think is a lifeline for us for private sector job growth. So this would be a good idea to repeal it while we still, right now it doesn't blow much of a hole in the budget. So it'd be a great idea to repeal it now and try to go back to the drawing board. So, Mr. President, I support the amendment.
All right,
Mr. Chair.
recognize the chair of the
Yeah,
committee.
just to be clear, the current year problem that would create is $225 million.
225 million, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, recognize the maker of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that, 225 million, is that's because we've estimated it to be 500 million?
Actually, it was estimated at 609.
It was estimated to bring in its first year of implementation, $609 million.
Yeah, I apologize. So just to be clear, the current year, 112. Next year, it will be 225, and then it goes into the threes on up.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, I think the problem we get into is we get these estimates as we're deliberating the budget, install a brand new tax, implement a tax on the very industry that we're trying to build here in Maryland, institute a brand new tax. The numbers come in well below expectations, and we're scratching our heads why. The businesses have figured this out. You know, they have made decisions and they've changed their behavior to, again, changes to their contract and procurement, changes to where they're located, and our estimates don't take those into consideration. So when they say businesses as usual implement a 3% tax, come up with numbers like $609 million, when that doesn't work, it's because the businesses have changed. They've gone somewhere else. And our way of coming up with these estimates don't show that if you tax more, people will leave. And that's what's happened with the businesses here. So this amendment is trying to save this industry, trying to keep them here in Maryland. The very industries that we're out there putting, you know, budgetary money into to build up Quantum, putting in capital dollars to build headquarters, to put grant programs in place. Now we're spending all this money trying to save these businesses. And businesses have figured out that they don't want to be in Maryland. And so I think this is a very important amendment that we can send a different market signal out to people and say, you know what? We took a look at the estimates and they were wrong. They just simply weren't right. And so instead of trying to now budget on lower numbers and say, well, maybe we'll get this and maybe we'll get this, let's just eliminate it. Let's keep these businesses here in Maryland. And with that, Mr. President, I move the amendment.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 24 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 284 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, long day. Everyone's feeling tired, so we're gonna pause there. We are not going to come back today, but we are going to do double sessions Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And committees have lots of work to do today, so we're going to have to transition to committee work. Let's go ahead and check with finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance is going to meet at 3:15 as quickly as we can get from here to the floor.
3:15. All right.
From here to committee. Thank you.
Tripoli.
Okay, let's put the pressure on here. How about Tripoli's a little more lax here. We're going to meet 3:30. We have 4 bill hearings immediately followed by a voting session, Mr. President. 3:30.
Right. Thank you. 3:30. Budget and tax.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. So 3:30, we will have a very, very brief voting session. So please be there at 3:30. 3:30.
3:30 budget and tax.
And then after that, Capitol has hearings and
all kinds of work, so.
Capital following Budget and Tax Full Committee. All right, judicial proceedings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Judicial Proceedings Committee will meet today at 4 o'clock for a bill, for voting, brief voting session.
4 o'clock
4 o'clock.
for voting. 4 o'clock for voting. All right, other standing committees, select committees, delegations, caucuses. Yes, recognize the senator from the Veterans Caucus.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Veterans Caucus will meet tomorrow at 8 in House Room 150. This is the annual nonprofit day, and we'll have several organizations there to present and share resources with the veteran constituents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Any further caucuses, protocol?
Yes, Mr. President. Colleagues, happy St. Patrick's Day. On your desk is a little treat from on behalf of the Protocol Committee. Just want to thank our staff, Allison O'Brien, as well as Carrie Doyle, which just so happens to have two of the most Irish-sounding names, for putting together little treats. Thank you, Mr. President.
Excellent, thank you. Doesn't it feel so happy? Happy St. Patrick's Day, right? That's exactly, everyone's feeling it. Yes, Senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Montgomery County colleagues will play it by ear, but Thursday, immediately following floor session, we may try to get together. So just wanted to put that out there, and we'll see how it works out.
Excellent, thank you, Senator. And I should say thank you to the staff who helped make the gifts possible. So thank you to them. All right, any further business before we do quorum call? If not, let's do it, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 42 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session, recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until Wednesday, March 18th at 10 a.m.
Without objection, so ordered. See you tomorrow. Have a wonderful afternoon, everyone.